Thank you so much. Okay. Well, my name is Shirley, and I will be the virtual host for you all today. I will be doing multiple things at once. Like right now, somebody just popped in, so let me let them in. Oh, okay. Looks like somebody else did. Okay, you can hear me too, Carrie. Thank you. All right. So again, I'll be your virtual host for today. And as a virtual attendee, we absolutely encourage you to participate as much as you can in the chat. We feel like our virtual attendees are as much a part of the overall experience as those who are attending in person. You are not an afterthought at all. It is super important to have you here today, and we are grateful that you are. Throughout the day today, for that reason, we will be interacting together in the chat. You're not obligated to turn your cameras on at all, but if you would like to, you are welcome to. And before I explain everything, Lisa, are you there? Lisa is on site, kind of providing support in the back end. Can you hear me, Lisa? Yes, no. All right. She might be able to hear me, but she may not be able to talk because I think part of the reason why we can see each other is because she's there. So I'll just keep going. Before they get fully started in the room, which should be about 10:30, if everybody who is here, oh, okay, I see you. Before they get started in the room, if everybody could drop maybe where you're joining from. I know a lot of funny fact about me. I support the team remotely. I'm actually in the United States in the suburb of Atlanta, Georgia. So that is where I'm joining from. But in the chat, I assume a lot of you might be. Oh, you said the energy in the room is electric. I bet. I wish I was like there in person. I can see them starting to show parts of the room now too. Cool. Um, or the stage, excuse me. So for anybody who's joining right now, where are you joining from? I have assumptions like everybody might say London or something like that, but where are you joining from? What city are you joining from today? Oh, Stratford. Okay, I've never heard. Oh, it's close to London. Okay, thank you, Sarah. I want to say that is Strathroy. Hopefully, I pronounced that correctly. Another funny fact, though, I always say that I'm like potentially partially Canadian. Sarnia, I've heard of Sarnia, an hour west of London, yes. For Megan, thank you. I am from Buffalo, New York originally. Oh, okay. Carrie is from Stratford as well. Okay. And even though Buffalo is not Canada, we're across the Niagara Falls. And I am a big Buffalo Bills fan. I grew up watching them every day. But we were laughing over the weekend in our house because we were trying to tell my son who's like 8 and how, you have to turn the knob. I used to pick up the Canadian channels, believe it or not. Anyway, I think they're getting started, so I'm going to be quiet. Thank you all for hopping on. So much for being here. So much for being here. This was overweight. Wait, here come up. Yes, yes.
So and sponsored. So before we say anything else this morning, everybody, take a bit of a shift. So before the sponsors, before the speakers, before the celebration, we'd like to take a moment and pause. This is the time we take to acknowledge the land that we are hosting this amazing event from. So we just want to shown on computers until to recover the true of shared responsibility to care for the land as well as to care for one another. But today we don't want this to be a script. What we want it to be is a moment. Every one of us in this room carries a story about how we came to be here, whether it's through migration, survival, colonization, displacement, choice, opportunity, and sometimes loss. This land holds all of those stories at once. So can we just take 10 seconds and just think about who came before me? What had to happen for me to be standing here today, to be sitting in this place? What had to happen? And how do we choose to show up on this land? We can just take a moment to do that, please. Thank you for holding that with us. Let's begin this day with respect and connection. Okay. Well, good morning. Okay. The international is down. This isn't just a conference. It's a gathering of people who believe leadership, equity, and emotional intelligence are nice to haves. They are how the future gets built. All Women Lead is the community event side of our work, where women allies come together to connect through shared experiences, honest conversations, just like this one. It started out together so they could truly be authentic selves in a space that just gets it. A space where we could tell our stories, no judgment, pretending, hiding. And this grew into April Partners. So, believe it or not, we don't just host cool events, we do other stuff too. But is our consulting and coaching practice, and we work with organizations and teams, knowing that it's individuals who actually make them work to close the invisible and clarity gaps that block growth, change, and execution. Even when people care deeply, those gaps can keep good intentions from turning into real results. And we're going to hear from amazing speakers today who are going to talk to us all about results. We support teams and organizations to develop a keen awareness of what is blocking productivity and implement the systems and clarity, the systems that are required for clarity. People should feel good about what they do and how they do it, and that's what we focus on. So today, we hear powerful stories, practical tools, and bold ideas. As you, right? Your voice, your courage to lead. So, London, Southwestern Ontario, I have a question for you. Are you ready? So for those who don't know, I do have my Good Life Fitness Peeps in the house tonight. Yes, and that today. See, you can always count on Good Life for a good cheer. So I'm a fitness instructor for a lot of years, and I taught 6 a.m. classes. So I am like it's 10:30, like it's like lunchtime for me. So my question is, are you ready?
Amazing. So we had one very important job when we were choosing our MC for today, and we wanted someone who knows how to keep the energy high, how to rally a room, and how to cheer people on when it matters most. So we went straight to one of the most recognizable voices in the city, the voice of the London Knights and the host of London Live on 980 CFPL.
But what we love even more is who he is off the mic. He's a proud girl dad who believes in powerful women, emotionally intelligent leadership, and creating a future where everyone gets to rise. He brings heart, humor, and kindness into every space he enters, and that makes him the perfect person to guide us through a day about courage, leadership, and what's possible when we lift each other up. He is also the first man to grace the All Women Leads International Women's Day stage. So this is a big deal, y'all. Big deal. So London, please give a huge All Women Lead welcome to our MC for the day, Mike Stubbs.
Hello.
Hello.
This is very Mike.
This is very exciting. This is an honor. That's what this is. This is an absolute honor. Thank you so much to Jen, to Mel. Can we have a big hand? You two are incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the first time that Mike ever interviewed us, which was probably, it might have been 7 years ago. It might have been our first year.
Oh, yeah.
And Jen hadn't had the pleasure of meeting Mike yet. I knew Mike, but Jen hadn't met Mike yet. And Jen got off the phone off of our interview and called me and went, can he just follow us around and introduce us in every room we go into? And Mike has been such a huge supporter and ally of the work that we've done from the start. And we've wanted to have a man on our stage for a number of years now, but you've got to pick the right one. And for those of you who don't know, Mike's been doing a lot of work with his daughter and really showcasing her and the amazing work that she's doing. And we thought, what a perfect way to do it. Girl dad, it made sense. So welcome.
Thank you so much.
We're leaving you.
Look at this room. This is amazing. We have shut the doors, and I don't know if you can feel it yet. You probably can. The energy in this room. When you put people into a room and the goal is to make this world a better place, magic happens. And that's the greatest part of this day. We're going to hear from people who have made magic. And at the end of this day, we're going to leave this room better than we are right now. And that word is going to come up a lot because the future is now. It is my job today to help you have a phenomenal time here and now, and to also provide all of the information that you need to have that phenomenal day, starting with washrooms. Washrooms are out the door where I'm pointing to the right. If you go out, if you go down the hall to the left, take a quick left, they're right there on the right. Very easy to find. They're beautifully clean. This is a wonderful place to hold events. We also have a hope for today. Set an intention for today. It might be something that you do on a regular basis. Maybe it's something you've never done before. But let's set an intention for today. And in fact, my new friend Angela Payne is going to come up in just a little while and help us to understand the best way to do exactly that. Now, we have an announcement regarding Ramadan. As we gather today, it is very important to acknowledge that many of our community are observing Ramadan. And Ramadan is a month in Islam which is focused on reflection, on generosity, on connection, on all those things that we need more in our world. And as such, lunches have been prepared for you to take home. And so if this is something that you are looking to receive, you can see Volunteer Dawn And Dawn will have those lunches at the end of the day. There will be a boxed lunch, and they will be available where lunch was held. If you need to excuse yourself for a prayer at any time today, we have reserved Salon J. So simply go to Salon J, and it has been reserved for any prayer throughout this day. We have an amazing day ahead. We've got speakers. We have a panel. We've got this energy that will just soak into you. That's what this event is about. Lunch will be at 12:10 sharp, so that's happening. We will also have opportunities to network at various times throughout the day. And on your tables, if you look very carefully, you will see a frame, and in that frame is a QR code. And thanks to the world that we live in and technology that we have, that's your virtual swag bag. So we don't even know what's necessarily in it. But if you take that QR code, you can start to look, because it will take you to a link tree and you'll find a virtual swag bag, because we're doing something intentional. This ensures every single attendee gets access to the swag. You can't just leave it on the table. Have you ever been to an event? I mean, I do this at restaurants. We'll pack up food at the end and we'll get home and I'll realize, oh, I forgot that on the table. I will forget things unless they are attached. So anybody else forget their swag bag in the past? Impossible this time. Just make sure that you have that picture of the QR code. And what it does is it also helps us to reduce waste, be kinder to the environment. It works out. And if you plan to post anything online, either today or in the days ahead, you might still be talking about All Women Lead on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Please do so, and please soak in the time together, and you can use the hashtag FutureAWL2026. So FutureAWL for All Women Lead 2026. All right, that's everything we need to know for now. But we have to do a little something before we move forward, because days like this don't just happen. Today is possible because of a number of incredible sponsors, partners who have come together to help us build a stronger future together. None of this happens in isolation. Our sponsors are absolutely that, partners in this work, and their support allows us to keep showing up in meaningful ways. So please hold your applause until the end. And perhaps, sponsors, if you could give us a wave from your table so that everybody knows who you are. Our gold sponsors, LBMX and TD Bank Group. You are allowed to woo. If you want to woo, you go ahead and woo. Silver sponsors, Adonis and Sifton. That's a good woo. Bronze sponsors, Beck and MNP. Our community sponsors, Aria and Gifty and Delta Armories. Our Entrepreneur Award sponsor is BDC. And this may be the biggest of the woo. Our Leadership Award sponsor, Good Life Fitness. Huge woo and a whistle. I like the ad of the whistle. We especially want to thank Learners LLP, our title sponsor, because they didn't just say yes to supporting this event. They said yes to the vision in behind it. And that kind of leadership matters. So thank you. Can we have a hand for all of our sponsors today? Now, to kick off today, we're going to start with something that connects every single moment you'll experience today, and that is emotional intelligence. You hear this word a lot with All Women Lead and AWL partners. Essentially, it's how you use, how you manage, and how you express your emotions. The future of work, leadership, and innovation depends on our ability to understand people. And we lose sight of that sometimes. We hear AI come up and we think, yeah, we're not going to need people much longer. We always need people. If we had a bunch of AIs in this room, a bunch of laptops just sitting here, we wouldn't have this energy, this feel that we have already. You want to understand people. You want to build trust. You want to navigate emotion and skill. It's really why we wanted to begin right here at this moment. Our first speaker is a nationally recognized leader in human capital and in leadership development. She's the co-founder of L.E.A.D HR, which is a firm dedicated to helping leaders and organizations build emotionally intelligent, high-performing workplaces. And she has spent her career helping people turn connection into impact. Please join me in welcoming Angela Payne.
Emotions, how they show up for you, how you are aware of what those can mean, and ultimately how they impact your behavior. So lots of times when we talk to leaders, we talk about the idea that intellectually we understand emotional intelligence. Yes, it's a great skill, we should have it. And people say to me all the time, and HR folks say to me all the time, it's that thing that people have. And it's like, yes, these are skill sets, these are competencies that you can actually use and grow and build throughout your career, your life, whether at home, whether in your workplace. And so it's that ability to understand that. And when you don't use those skills, they can deregulate you, they can throw you off, they can derail your behavior, and ultimately, you don't get to show up as the best version of yourself on a day-to-day basis, especially when your emotions are really high. Happiness, joy, stress, anxiety, whatever that looks like. So for us today, when we think about emotional intelligence and we think about what that means for us as we work through, I want to actually give you the model. So at L.E.A.D HR, we use this model. It's a Canadian tool by Multi-Health Systems. It's partly why we love it. It also helps us think about what are the skills that we use in our emotional intelligence. So when you start in the red quadrant, you really start about yourself, your self-perception, right? You start about thinking about how aware you are of your feelings, your emotions. You start thinking about your drive and your showing up as the best version. That's your self-actualization, and your confidence, your self-regard. And when you can have a good understanding of yourself, that helps you start to express yourself. It starts to help you think about the words you use, the body language you use when you meet people, the connections you make, how you actually physically, through your words and through your body language, can use your expression, how you use your assertiveness, how you show your independence. And when you can start to express yourself, hopefully you start to create mutually beneficial relationships. And that's the beauty of interpersonal skills. And when you think about your own relationships and how you help people feel seen and heard and valued, that's your ability to use your empathy and ultimately your social consciousness. When you have good relationships and understand yourself, hopefully that helps you make better decisions. And lots of people, when they think about emotional intelligence, they don't think about the competencies that help them make better decisions, help them problem solve, help them manage their impulses, help them be realistic in the face of lots of information, tons of different stories, whatever that looks like. And so when we use our relationships, hopefully we make better decisions. And that's the work of decision making. And lastly, when we make better decisions, does that help us manage our stress better? Usually, we can be more optimistic. We can show up as having more tolerance for stress. We can also show our flexibility. And this enables us to really manage our stress. And when we manage our stress, the reason emotional intelligence runs like a circle is because there's no start and no end. You get back to the front, and that ability to lower your stress helps you understand yourself better, and around and round and round and round the circle goes. And so when we think about these skills and how we can develop these skills, we use this language to be able to communicate with other people around how, why, what, and that ultimately enables us to create better connection. So the 3 skills that I want to make sure that we think about today are our emotional self-awareness, our self-expression, and our interpersonal relationships. So these 3 skills build some of the foundation that you're actually going to use in the room all day long, right? You're going to think about how you're showing up in front of somebody you've never met, introduce yourself, have a great conversation, going into that with this idea of like, oh, this is going to be a great conversation. I'm meeting this new person. Who knows where that will lead? Being able to use your language, how you feel about something, how you want to actually make them feel valued and seen, that's your ability to express yourself. So lean way into that, because that will deepen and help you strengthen that relationship and connection. And ultimately, your interpersonal skills help you do just that, right? They help you think about, what does the person standing in front of me need right now? And how can I be in service of that? And that's a wonderful way to spend your day here in this room with all these beautiful faces of people that we're going to get to meet, and to be able to think about what could be possible. Who could I actually meet that could be super interesting, serve my community, serve my work, maybe serve my business, whatever that is. So I want to show you a small video. This video is something that we use in our programming, actually. And I want to watch it. It's 2 minutes and 50 seconds long. And then I just want to get us wrapped up for thinking about this.
I'm here to get validated. You are awesome. Excuse me? You have an amazing face. You've got powerful features, man. Anyone ever tell you that? Oh, no. Then listen, you look a little down, and it may seem like sometimes people don't understand you. But someday, man, someday, people are gonna see you for what you really are. You really think so? Absolutely. You are great.
Need a validation, please.
You are great, ma'am. You have amazing cheekbones.
Really?
Sure. Yes. We have a situation. Where?
6 months old.
What the hell's going on?
Yes, that's supposed to be.
You've been through it. You know, you've had so much life experience that other people don't appreciate, but you know.
Bless you, dear.
They're not patronizing the shops. They're just coming to see him.
Sir, you're in great shape. You work out?
Not for long. I do actually, but yeah. Yeah, thanks. Young man, we are running a business here, not a social club.
That is a fantastic suit. It really flatters you.
You think so?
You guys work so hard. You are the backbone that keeps this place running.
I always felt like no one really appreciated it.
Yeah, I mean, our jobs are so stressful, and it seems like most of the times people just don't see it.
No, what you do is so important.
You know, I bet the boss would love to meet you.
You are great. You provide hundreds of jobs, sustaining hundreds of families. That's huge.
That's so good to hear. Most times I feel like people don't recognize that. I'm just the big bad man on the hill.
Not at all. You give.
You know, I know some people who'd probably like to meet you.
Why do you think we showed this video? Anybody? Everybody's seeking validation. Love it. What else? Few get it. Yes, yes, and yes. Okay, what else? One more? Oh, see, you're just like feeding right into that line, right? Creating connection, absolutely. And I think the beauty of, in a funny kind of way, that's absolutely true, right? One, it takes very little to give something back. Two, it is something that most humans on some level crave for us to feel connected to and validated from. And it is often not given as much as it could be or it should. And so this is really the opportunity for us to think about today, right? And when we think about, if you follow Brene Brown or you see Brene Brown, there's a quote that she uses that essentially defines connection for her, which is this ability to help people feel valued and seen, and to really give and receive without judgment or any feeling of that you're going to get or gain something from that. But this ability to derive sustenance and strength from whatever that interaction or relationship is. And what a beautiful way for us to think about today and how we drive sustenance from the relationships we build here. I've met already this morning tons of folks that I think to myself, oh, I'm going to follow up with Michelle. Oh, I'm going to talk to Elaine. And here's the wonderful thing about our day today. So I have a challenge for us, a challenge for you today. And that really is to think about, Mike talked about it at the beginning, about building this intention for today and what you want to accomplish here, because you're all here for lots of different reasons, but in some ways, you're all here to be seen. And this is our challenge for today. I want you to walk through today with the intention of, how am I aware of how I feel? So check in with yourself through the day. High energy, low energy, up, down, relaxed, feeling good. What are you giving in the space? And how are you building connection? The International Women's Day theme is give and gain. And the reality is, what is it that you can give? Ultimately, knowing that, yes, for sure, we come to networking events, we spend days so that we can gain, but in lots of ways, these are things for our personal use, these are things for our business, and that's okay. So that's my challenge for you all today, to think about how you're going to show up, how you're going to walk through the day. I am back on at 3 o'clock, and I would love to hear what kind of great connections you've made, what kinds of things that you've learned, and I look forward to seeing you all again. So please use your emotional intelligence skills, your self-awareness, your expression to express how you feel and how excited you are to be here, and use those words, and use those parts of your relationship to help build a stronger and more meaningful connection. Good luck. Talk to you soon.
Angela Payne. Angela, you are outstanding. And you, I think we've got the best audience we've ever seen. Definitely the most intelligent that we've. Look at the answers that we've. It is still fairly early in the morning. It's not lunchtime yet. So absolutely incredible. Our next speaker is living proof that leadership doesn't always look the way that we have been taught to expect it. Think about that again. Leadership doesn't always look the way that we have been taught to expect it. And that's exactly why her work matters so much. She is the founder and CEO of Fair Trade's Toolbox. She is a Red Seal 313A refrigeration mechanic and gas fitter 1 journey person, and one of fewer than 50 women in this entire province who has driven from one end of this province to the other. It takes 2 days. That's how big Ontario is. And she is one of fewer than 50 women in Ontario to hold that certification. But what truly sets her apart isn't just her credentials. It is her commitment to breaking barriers, challenging bias, because we all know they and that they're out there, and creating real pathways for women and underrepresented groups in the skilled trades. With more than 20 years of experience, she is not only building businesses, she's building confidence. She's building opportunity and a future where women belong everywhere decisions are made and everywhere work is done. Please join us now in welcoming a trailblazer, a mentor, and a force for change, Brandy Farink.
Thank you. Wow, I think he kind of oversold it a bit, but I'll take it, right? I will take it. Thank you so much. I just want to say to AWL for having me here today. I'm actually pretty humbled to be part of this stellar lineup and a room full of badass women, if I may say. Yeah, right? So today, as we gather under the theme of the future is now, I want to start somewhere unexpected, the past, because the future didn't suddenly arrive. It was built by women who showed up before the world was ready for them. And my grandmother, who I refer to as Nanny, was one of those women. 70 years ago, she stood at the entrance of the Windsor salt mine, steel-toed boots that weren't made for her, a hard hat resting on determination more than confidence, and the terrifying understanding that she was walking into a space where no one expected her to succeed because no one had. There was no diversity initiatives, no mentorship programs, no conversation surrounding inclusion, just grit, courage, and the determination to take one step forward. Growing up, my nanny was unapologetically larger than life. And it was at a time when women just weren't like that. She was fearless, she was loud, and she did enjoy a couple beers. Now, every Sunday night, the only time I ever saw my mom cross with my dad was Sunday nights. We would all gather at my nanny's house for Sunday dinner. And during this dinner, inevitably, the time of night would come when we should be going home, but she would very loudly proclaim, "Hey, Dale, one more for the road." It was always more than one, which at that time, my mother would roll her eyes. So at some point, she had to drive us all home. But at that table, even though I was still a very young girl, I would hear her tell stories about having to prove herself every day. Comments like, "They didn't think I could do it, but I showed them." And there was this underlying feeling of almost a hostility that she was up against every day. Now, back then, those stories were something of the past, a different time, a different generation. And I thought it kind of showed how far we had come. In 2004, I walked on to my first job site. But before that happened, in the 80s growing up, I remember thinking to myself that my mom and my nanny had done all of the hard work that paved a life of equity for my generation and all the generations to follow. And I know this room is filled with women from all different generations, right? They had burned their bras. They had won the right to vote. We could own property and have a bank account without a man's signature on it. We had fought all those battles and won, right? But now in 2004, when I stepped onto my first construction site, I was one woman surrounded by 300 men. Steel-toed boots that still weren't made for me, a hard hat resting more on determination than confidence, and the terrifying clarity washed over me that I was still standing in those same boots that my nanny had stood in so many decades before. It was a different time, a different trade, but there was still this hostility that followed me, always whispering, "You don't belong here." And in 2004, there were still no diversity initiatives in the skilled trades. There was no conversations about inclusion and no mentorship programs. But I was determined to prove them all wrong, that we could do whatever we wanted to do. That's when I began to understand my nanny wasn't just telling me stories or talking about these experiences at work. She was passing on a blueprint for courage to me. And she didn't just survive that environment that she worked in for so many years. By passing on that courage and that blueprint for that, she quietly expanded that environment. And I realized this is how we build a better future, with women who show up before the world fully understands why they matter. There was no Instagram back then for my nanny to post about her day-to-day work. In fact, I rarely had that opportunity in the first decade of my career, but she mattered. And when I first entered the skilled trades, I thought that success meant I could do the job, just proving I could do this job. And I would come to realize that that would be the easiest part of my day, was going out and just doing the job. The hard part would be carrying the weight of being the first, the only, and the unexpected. When you're the only one in a room, you're not just building a career, you're changing what people believe is possible. And before I take you back to that job site in 2004, let me provide a little bit of context. Mike was so gracious to tell you that I'm one of less than 50 women, but overall today, women make up 5% roughly of the construction trades. And that number hasn't changed in over 40 years. That's a low number. at a time when we're dying for people to enter this industry. So for me, this was a second career. I went to university, decided I wasn't going to be able to sit at a desk, and I was still kind of glossy-eyed before I tried to enter the trades until I went out on my first few colorful interviews. We don't have time to go into those details on the interview questions I was asked today. We can save that for a chit-chat after, maybe. Okay? But I did end up finding this Women in Skilled Trades program that was geared to help get you into an apprenticeship. Easier said than done. Still today, it's like that. And in this apprenticeship, I met one woman. And this is important because if in this room today you meet one woman, she might be your person that can change things for you. So she had a bit of an easier go after our class. Her husband worked at a construction company and was able to get her a job there. I was struggling working for a really terrible residential renovations company. I'm pretty sure the owner had several dependency issues. It wasn't a pretty place, but I was showing up for work and I was doing the job. She had her ear to the ground and she said to me, "Hey, Brandy, you got to go get your gas fitter license. If you get your gas fitter license, that's going to open up a whole bunch of doors for you." So I was like, all right, I did that. I worked all day. I went to school at night. I got my gas fitter 3, which is an entry-level license in the gas industry. And then I started going to knock on doors again. So I ended up on this job site in Cambridge, Highway 24, right off the 401. The building is still there. And I talked to the owner of the mechanical company on site. And I asked for a job. And he did this little, that look up and down. And without even biting an eyelash, he said, "I don't believe women have any place on a construction site unless you're driving the coffee truck or in the skilled trades. I would never give you an apprenticeship." And that was my goal at the time. I wanted to be a Red Seal journey person. But he said, "You have a gas fitter license, so you legally can be on this job site. And we're a little behind schedule right now. So I can use you for 3 to 4 months to fire stop this building," which just means everywhere a pipe goes through a wall or a ceiling, I had to put some stuff around it. And with a big smile on my face, this smile, I said, "I'll take it." So I left my full-time job for what seemed like a very short-term job. And here was that first morning in 2004. The next day, I had to start at 7 a.m. I was in the parking lot at 5:30. Confidence level, all-time high. I was pumping out the tunes like this precious young woman right here. I was ready to go. I was going to kill it. Then, shortly after 6, the guys start walking onto the site. Every time a guy walked by my car, really official, hard hat on backwards, all these stickers on it, lunch pails, high vis, tools. Slowly, my confidence started to drop. And by around 6:15, I was like, there is no way I'm getting out of this car. This is nuts. Like, who do I think I am? There's no way I can do this. Because not one person that walked past my car looked like me. There wasn't one woman that walked past my car. So before I left the parking lot, I called Vicky, the one woman I met in that Women in Skilled Trades program. And using some extremely colorful language that I won't share here with you today, she told me to put my big girl pants on and get out of the car. And so I did. And for the time that I was there, I showed up early. I kept my head down. I kept my mouth shut. I was the first one down. I was the last one down for break and the first one to get up from the table and go back to work. And when my 4 months was over, the guy offered me a 306A plumbing apprenticeship. Now, this proved to me that it was possible to change someone's mind that judged you by your gender and not your ability, right? Because the skilled trades doesn't have a gender. It's a very amazing career path. But all too often, it's either judged by your gender or even the color of your skin. It's very much a white, male-dominated world still. So I worked at this 306A plumbing apprenticeship, got my next level of my gas fitter license, which was my gas fitter 2. That allowed me an opportunity to compete at Skills Ontario. So I was the first female, and this is in 2007, to ever compete in the heating systems competition, where I placed 3rd overall. And for me, that was a win. Thank you. That's okay. We got to keep this show moving, ladies and gentlemen and others. So when I placed 3rd, I got a call from a recruiter, which was amazing because I got offered the apprenticeship I wanted. So I wanted to be a refrigeration and air conditioning mechanic. So I moved my life right here to London, Ontario, and I worked for a very large mechanical contractor for many years. I became fully licensed. And at the end of kind of my 5-year apprenticeship, so for those of you that don't know, apprenticeship is around 9,000 hours or 5 years, passed my exam, I had my first opportunity where someone reached out and said, hey, Brandy, a family friend of ours has a daughter, and she's a professional cake decorator, but believe it or not, she's always wanted to be in the skilled trades. Would you mind talking to her? And this is before we used words like mentor, especially in the trades. I was like, of course I'll talk to her. Angela is right here in London somewhere, and she is one of the other less than 50 women that hold the same certifications that I do. So I was able to talk to her and help her through that journey as a result. Now, working in the field takes its toll after a while. There's a lot of harassment. There's a lot of abuse. There is even at some points assault. So at some point through my work career in the trades in that particular company, it was all just a little too much to bear. So I decided, you know what, it was time to really take care of my mental health and let's make a change. So there was a position open at a local hospital for an in-house facilities person in HVAC, right? So this is kind of a retirement gig in my world, right? You get to go in 8 to 4, I get to have lunch at a normal time. It's all nice and beautiful. Plus it was at a hospital, so I figured hospitals are female dominated. This has got to be a healthier work environment for me. But in 2021, I was the first female to join the facilities maintenance team at the hospital, which I thought was still insane, 2021. At the hospital, unfortunately, there was a coworker after a couple years who ended up stalking, and subsequently there was an assault. And it was the very first time that I said, this is the last time that this will happen to me. I will not do this again. I will not live through this again, and I will not show up for work the next day, which is really the norm. And there's a lot of women in the skilled trades that we just don't talk about these things. But out of something bad came something very beautiful. Fair Trade's Toolbox was born after that last event. And I thought there has to be a better way that we can, for once, I looked at it from the other side of the fence. How can we support employers? Right? These guys just want to run companies and build things and fix things. How can I support and educate the male-populated team for this transition? Because up until that point, I was the first at every company. And I was really like this little grenade that just got thrown into their teams, and we just waited to see where the pieces land. And before I could go to work every day, I had to make sure every one of them was okay, that they felt okay with me being there before I even picked up a wrench, right? So Fair Trade's Toolbox was born from something that wasn't very pretty, but I think that's part of what's really important. That's progress, right? I decided to take that negative and let's try to make this better for the next generation, because no one is addressing this. Everyone is throwing all of these parties to get young women interested in the skilled trades, but no one is addressing what happens when they try to get into the field. That's even if they get a job. The number is so low, that 5% is so low because there's no retention. Most women won't stay in this environment, and I don't blame them. I sometimes wonder if there's something a little bit wrong, but that's okay. And then the other part of it is once you become a licensed journey person, you can take that Red Seal ticket and you can use it so you can secure more female-friendly employment options, which is what a lot of women do. So I'm looking for progress, and progress isn't measured by how far one woman goes, but it's measured by how many women no longer have to walk alone. And in my world, that means how many women no longer have to walk that hostile path. pathway. And that's when I understood something powerful about the future. It's not necessarily built by extraordinary people. It can be built by ordinary people who choose courage repeatedly. You can fall down, just get up. You can even quit, just start again. Because I've lost track, my friends, on how many times over the past 22 years that I have given up and said, that is it. I have no more to give. I cannot do it. And if I'm being completely honest, and I'm sure there's many people in this room that can relate to this, the biggest battle is sometimes just showing up. That's 90% of it, is getting out of bed and choosing to go back and fight that fight for one more day. And that's all we can ever ask of each other, is one more day. And 70 years ago, when my nanny walked underground carrying more courage than certainty, she had no idea that she was shaping the future. I mean, I went to the University for Business Economics. I was not groomed to go into the skilled trades, right? She was just trying to make a living. That's all she was trying to do. And I'm quite sure, in fact, I could guarantee she couldn't have imagined me standing here today in a room filled with women who are shaping industries, communities, and futures in real time. Her generation opened so many doors, and mine learned how to walk through them. But now we all have an opportunity to ensure that they never close, especially in this time of fragility that we live in right now. We talk about the future as though it's waiting somewhere ahead of us, right? My future is always out there. But the future does not arrive with time. It arrives with decisions. Who we hire, who we mentor, right? Who we listen to, and who we believe in. And somewhere right now, a young girl is deciding what she believes is possible for her future. And she will never meet any of us, but she will inherit the future world that we are shaping here today. So let's build boldly, let's lead generously, and let's create workspaces where courage is no longer required to belong. Because the future is not something we can wait for. The future is something that we become. And you guys can all help me with the last part, because the future is
Thank you, Brandy. And thank you. And thank you to your nanny. Because, hey, exactly, somebody who is maybe the child of someone in this room is going to walk on a job site someday in work boots that were designed for her and a hard hat that is filled with determination and confidence. Because that's what it takes. Okay. We have heard incredible words already today. What we're going to do right now in the room, we are going to reset the energy. DJ Zara is going to help us a little bit with this. So, you don't have to get up. There's no running involved. Some of you may be holding scissors. We don't want that. There's no running with scissors ever. But we're resetting the energy. So right where you are sitting, have your feet flat on the floor. You can pull your chair back a little bit if you need to. Sit up just a little bit taller. Feel that pull in the back. Don't feel it too much. Don't overstretch. Okay. We're going to take a deep breath in through our nose. We're going to hold for 2, And then we're going to breathe out through our mouths. So in through the nose, hold for 2, out through the mouth. Ready? 1, 2, 3, here we go. Hold for 2, and out. One more time. In through the nose, hold for 2, and out through the mouth. Okay. Now drop your shoulders. This will feel good. Give a little rotation if you want to. Unclench your jaw. That's a big sign of stress. You can check how stressed are you right now. Hopefully there is zero stress. This is a room of zero stress. Unclench that jaw. Let go of whatever you don't need to carry forward today. If you have to stop on the way home and buy cat food, let go of that. That's not happening until later today. The cat only eats once a day anyway. It sleeps 20 of 24 hours. Doesn't even know you're gone. In your head now, finish this sentence. Right now, I choose to show up as. Right now, I choose to show up as. Bold, open, grounded, ready, powerful. Now turn to someone at your table. Maybe we should pick one direction because then we'll be turning in different directions and there'll be all confusion. So, which way do you want to go, right or left? Or is there a third? We can't go up, down. Let's turn to the left. All right, except if you're on the far left, in which case don't turn. Turn to someone at your table and share any word that you choose. If it's an expletive, just share it quietly. Turn to someone at your table and share one word that you choose. I hear the words. Listen to those words. This is awesome. All right. We've got one more word, and you need to help out. On the count of 3, we are all going to shout the word. We've shouted a few times already this morning. Let's see if we can hit a new level. The word will be now, because the future is, don't say it yet. Not yet. The future is close. Okay, now we're going to do it. On the count of 3. DJ Czar, are you ready? Okay, here we go. In 1, 2, 3, now! Give yourselves a hand. That was well done. Marcy Ian is a woman who knows what it means to use your voice when it matters most. She has spent her career both in the media and in government standing at the intersection of story, of power, of representation. From waking up the nation on Canada AM to serving as Canada's Minister for Women and Gender Equality in Youth. She has consistently shown that leadership isn't about being comfortable. It's about being courageous. She led the creation of Canada's first ever national action plan to end gender-based violence. And the country's first 2S LGBTQI+ action plan, proving that when women lead, systems change. Please join us in welcoming an extraordinary trailblazer, an advocate, and a storyteller, Marcy Ian.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Okay, I'm gonna need a little bit better. How are you as we gather in this incredible place? Okay. That is so much better. I have to tell you, it is such an immense privilege to be with you here today. I'm honored because there's something I know, and there is something that I know well. When women gather like this, something powerful happens. We remind each other of who we are. We remind each other of what's possible. And sometimes we remind each other just to keep going, because sometimes we just want to stop. Sometimes we just want to rest. And we should. Sometimes we want to give up. But we remind each other to keep going. There is this quote from Maya Angelou that has stayed with me for years. When you learn, teach. When you get, give. Give to gain. I have to tell you, I didn't fully understand those words early in my career. At the beginning, like many of us, I was focusing on surviving and succeeding and proving that I belonged. In many of the rooms that I walked into, I was one of one, maybe one of two. So I was very focused on making sure as I pushed those doors open or cracked a ceiling or two, that they stayed open. My career began in journalism, covering stories, telling people's truths, holding a microphone, having that responsibility of amplifying voices that often went unheard. And I loved it. I loved the research. I loved meeting people. I even loved the deadlines, the stories that could shine a light on communities and injustices and the people whose voices needed to be heard but often were not. But I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have anybody guiding me through those years. No one sat me down and said, okay, Marcy, this is how you navigate a newsroom. This is how you navigate any room. This is how you deal with the politics, the doubts. This is how you deal with the setbacks. I learned by doing. I learned by looking. I learned by asking quietly. I learned, quite frankly, by trial and error. And I realized something important, that confidence isn't something that you're born with. Confidence is something you cultivate slowly, sometimes painfully, and often with someone believing in you before you even believed in yourself. That's why mentorship became my mission. I wanted to be what I didn't have. I didn't have the guidance I needed early in my career. I decided I was going to be the person that did that, that guided others, because mentorship isn't about knowing all the answers. It's about showing someone they're not alone while they figure theirs out. Oprah said, a mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself. And sometimes hope comes simply because someone takes the time to say, I see you. I see something in you. Those words, small as they may seem, can change the course of a life. How do you define success? We often think of success as achievement, but real, lasting success is influence. Asking questions of yourself like, who did you help grow? A couple of months ago, I lost my dad. I'm really, though, honored to speak about him this morning because it was all about making people grow, young people in particular. He was a longtime educator, and I had the privilege as a kid in being in his school. I lived in an area of Toronto. It was before amalgamation of the school boards. And so if I had a professional development day, sometimes my dad would still have school. So I'd go to his school and I'd hang out for the day. So I was privileged to see how he interacted with young people. Every year, every beginning of the school year, my dad would walk onto a cafeteria stage. So we'll pretend this is it. And he'd get to the center of the stage and he'd have this crude, it was a cardboard cutout of a tombstone. And he'd say to the kids, because you'd see Ian on it, and then the year he was born, and then a question mark as to when he would die, and all the things that are on a tombstone. And he'd say to the kids, what's the most important part of this tombstone? And they would scream out and they would say, Mr. Ian, it's your name, and it's the day you're born, and it's the day you die, and it's all these things. And he would say, the most important part is the smallest part, it's the dash. Now, this story wasn't my dad's story, the story of the dash. And dash meaning legacy, how you live your life, how you grow, who helps you grow. It wasn't his story. In fact, it's a really popular poem that's generally used at funerals to talk about how a person impacted others, how they lived their life. But my dad chose to use it as something to inspire his kids, his young people that he was responsible for. And he would say, kids, the most important part is the smallest part. The most important part is the dash. How are you going to live? Who are you going to help? Will you always choose kindness? Will you be inclusive? Will you learn? Will you act with empathy? And he would say, while you're in my school, it's my responsibility to help you grow. It's my responsibility to add to that dash so that when you leave this school, you are a better person than whence you came. How do you define success? Who did you help grow? Who became braver because you shared some words of encouragement? Who walked into opportunity because you opened the door? Canadian author Margaret Atwood once said, a word after word after word is power. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna need some water. Joking, can someone just hand me a glass? Excuse me. I have a bit of a cough. Mike, thank you. Thanks so much. I'm always full of so much drama. Jeez. Yeah, so much better. So back to the wonderful Margaret. A word after word after word is power. And I found that encouragement works the same way. It's one conversation. It is maybe one act of belief. It is one simple moment of generosity. And I want you to think about that as we go through our days. When you said good morning this morning to someone and you asked them how they were, did you actually stop to hear the response? Or did you keep it moving? Did you look at them, actually see them? Did you maybe offer a word of encouragement? These are the things that I'd like us to think about. Confidence, the kind that lasts, is often borrowed before it becomes fully your own. And that's why perseverance and mentorship go hand in hand, and they do. Perseverance is showing up when the road is hard. It is showing up, and Brandy talked about this, when doors close, when opportunities seem out of reach, when doubt creeps in, and we've all had that. And helping someone else along the way doesn't make the climb lighter. It just makes the journey more meaningful in my mind. Because lifting another woman, another person, encouraging them, mentoring them, that creates a ripple that goes far, far beyond anything we see. I carried these lessons that I learned in a newsroom and beyond into politics. And I'm going to break for a second here to speak a little about that political journey and how it started, because that's the question I normally get. Marcy, you're sitting on a talk show. You seem to be doing relatively well, and what seemed like literally a day, you were running in a by-election. And that is true. The year was 2020. Think back. So much was happening. George Floyd had been killed, and there were literal seas of people protesting in streets right around the world. We were on the cusp of a pandemic, and I was really comfortable. I was on the #1 daytime show in the country, The Social. I was working with my best friends. How many of us get to go to work with their best friends and just talk, chat? I loved my job. But all of these things were happening, and I started having conversations with myself, wondering whether I was serving the way I needed to serve. I always felt that I served well with my microphone, but I thought, is there more than I can do? There was so much tumult. There was also tumult going on in my personal life. I was newly separated. I had 2 kids to take care of. We were moving house, they were moving into new schools. All of this was happening, and then my phone rang. I answered. It was the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff who said, so Marcy, you've asked a lot of us over the years. You've interviewed the Prime Minister and had this to say and that to say. We've got a question for you. And I said, Katie, what might that question be? And she said, well, we were wondering if you might run. I said, run where? I used to do 100-meter in high school. And she said, well, Toronto Centre has become available. The finance minister has stepped down. And we were wondering if you'd think about running. And I didn't know what to say because I had never thought of politics at all. In fact, I hated interviewing politicians. They never gave me a straight answer. I would ask a question 15 different ways and still not get an answer. And I thought, this is not what I wanted to do. And then I thought, well, I had asked whether I could serve differently, didn't I? I didn't phone Katie back. 2 weeks had passed. I was having lunch with my daughter Blaze, and I will never forget this day. So we're having lunch, wonderful Sunday afternoon. The phone rings, and this woman sounding very official on the other end says, is this Ms. Ian? And I said, speaking. And she said, please hold for the Prime Minister. And I remember just covering the phone and saying, Blaze, the Prime Minister's on the line. This is serious business. So I said, sir, hello. And he said, hi, Marcy. He said, so we really want to know if you would do this because you were at the very top of a short list. And I said, sir, you know how squeaky I am. I ask a lot of questions. I don't necessarily follow easily. I'm not sure that I am the voice that you want. And he said, actually, he said, Canada needs a lot more of you. And he said, let me put it to you this way. You talk a lot about your vision for this country and what it might need and who we need to lift up and young people and all these things. I'm giving you a chance to create policy that will last beyond your years and perhaps beyond your children's years. And I said, well, if you put it that way, I've got to talk to my kids. Dash, who I named after my dad's story, by the way, was young at the time. He was 8 years old, so he didn't quite understand. And Blaze was 15, and I laid everything out. I said, so Blaze, I've got to decide whether I want to run. This is Toronto Centre, downtown Toronto, where I was born. What do I do? And she looked at me and she said, well, if not you, Mom, who? If not you, Mom, who? So threw myself into a by-election. Small but mighty team, we won that election. And some months later, the Prime Minister and Governor General had the audacity to call another election. And so I found myself in a general election, won that election, and then was appointed to cabinet as the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth, and held that position for 4 years, the honor of my life. I moved into politics and held a portfolio that was considered spicy. Women's issues. We're 51% of this country, and yet government doesn't act like it. Corporate Canada doesn't act like it. And I wanted to speak up. I wanted to make sure we were on the forefront, look to the south of us, and Roe v. Wade was being tossed. I think a lot about the day that I was being sworn in. I was standing in Rideau Hall, and someone ran up to me and they said, "We're changing your title." And I said, "I'm getting sworn in 15 minutes. What do you mean?" And they said, "Well, it's going to be women, gender equality and youth." So it used to be women, comma. They were changing the comma to an and with one stroke of a pen, I was representing 2S LGBTQ communities and that portfolio. Think about what's happened in queer communities across this country, intersectional communities across this country, and think about this portfolio. So what I'm saying is that I had to stand up a lot, and a lot of hate came my way, and I had to stand up a lot. I wanted to stand up, and I did. But just like in journalism, there were moments of doubt, moments where I stood in rooms where I felt, I'm not really the obvious choice, where my voice was new, but where every word mattered, and perseverance carried me through. I also wanted to make a point. I wanted to make a point that we're not done. I was 50 years old when I left Bell Media. And most of my friends thought I was crazy. They said, "You are 5 years away from early retirement if you want it. And you're doing what now? You're going to leave to run in an election you may not even win." And I said, "It just feels like the right thing to do. I want to serve in a different way." But I also wanted to show women what it looks like when you have the courage to leap into the unknown, and that the learning never stops. And we can do the hard things. I wanted to show we could do the hard things, regardless of age. In Canada, progress has always moved forward because women chose courage. That's the route they chose, and they chose community along with it. Viola Desmond didn't wait for permission to make change. She simply decided dignity mattered and took a seat. And generations benefited from that choice. The incomparable former Governor General Michaëlle Jean said, "We all have the power to shape the society we want." Mentorship, support, and lifting one another. That's exactly what we do. That's exactly how we shape it, one person at a time. You may never see the full impact of lifting someone else. You mentor someone today, she leads tomorrow. She mentors someone years later, and your influence continues quietly, powerfully, through lives you may never meet. Michelle Obama reminds us, success isn't about how much money you make. It's about the difference you make in people's lives. Legacy, the dash, lives in people, not resumes. So today, I want to close and I want you to think about this. Someone right now, someone is watching you. They are watching how you lead. They are watching how you persevere, watching how you rise after disappointment. You do not have to wait until you feel ready to mentor someone. You do not have to wait until you feel accomplished enough. I'm going to do it when I get this degree or that diploma, or in a couple of years when I'm at this level. All you really need is willingness. Willingness to share what you've learned, willingness to encourage instead of compete, willingness to reach back while you're still climbing. Ann Cools, the senator, once said, "Service to others is the rent we pay for our room here on earth." Mentorship is service. It is leadership, I believe, in its purest form, because the true measure of success is not how far you go. It's how many people move forward because you did, because you were brave enough to take a few steps. So wherever life takes you next, be the encouragement, be the advocate, be the voice that says, "Come with me. I got your back." Become what you once needed. And when you rise, don't just celebrate the view on your own. Turn around, extend your hand, lift someone with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you to Marcy Ian for all she has given us today. Who is that person that we're all going to try and lift up? The dash from the words of your father. I think all of us will go forward with that today. What is our dash? When you learn, teach. When you get, give. Thank you to Marcy and Maya Angelou for that. And thank you for the words of your daughter. If not you, who? How many times are we faced with that over the course of a lifetime? And how many times do we hear, if not you, and go, hope it's somebody else, because really don't want it to be me. If not you, who? Thank you again, Marcy. Now, you may know that the official theme for International Women's Day 2026 is Give to Gain, which is a reminder that as we grow, as we lead, as we succeed, we also have a responsibility to do just what those words of Maya Angelou say, to give back, to create impact beyond ourselves. That's why we're very proud to have Ronald McDonald House Charities as our community impact partner. Please join us in welcoming back to the stage Jen and Mel to share a little bit about Ronald McDonald House Charities.
All right, all right. I know y'all are hungry and we're going to break soon, but first we want to talk about something very important.
So today is about impact, not just inspiration, although it's been very good so far, but what leadership looks like in action.
One of the values that sits at the heart of All Women Lead is community care. The belief that leadership isn't just about personal success. It's about who we show up for, especially during the hardest moments of life.
That's why we are honored to shine a light on an organization that supports families when they need it most, during times of stress, uncertainty, and vulnerability.
Today, we are proud to recognize and support Ronald McDonald House, an organization that creates space for families to stay close, supported, and cared for while their children receive medical treatment.
Their work reminds us that compassion, emotional intelligence, and community aren't abstract ideas, they're lived every single day.
Please join us in welcoming Rachel McCauley from Ronald McDonald House.
Longer walk than you think. It's a little intimidating. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. I know today is all about feeling bold and empowered, but after all those speeches that came before me, I'm feeling a little small. So we're going to do our best here, and luckily I'm representing a cause that I love and care about more than I could ever fit in the brief 3 to 5 minutes I'm going to try and keep it up on this stage. So first of all, just thank you very much for having me here today. When we were presented with the opportunity to get to be a part of this wonderful event, I was so excited for many reasons. The hosts are incredible forces of good for this community. And also, it is a great opportunity for a philanthropist to get to stand in front of a crowd of about 1,000 incredible change makers. And that's what I want to focus on today. So women, our trends in philanthropy show that you are giving more than ever before. You also give significantly more than men in terms of your frequency of giving. You are 70% to 75% more likely to volunteer your time. You direct the vast majority of household giving. And what the most beautiful thing about women in philanthropy is you don't just make a transactional donation. You create transformative benefits for the organizations that you partner with. Because women are far more likely to give of their time, their treasure, and their talents than their male counterparts. So when you fall in love with a charity, regardless of what that passion project is, you are going to create real and lasting change for that organization. So I want to talk about 2 things today. We already had a beautiful introduction for Ronald McDonald House, so I'm not going to delve too deeply in that, because today is not just about the charity that I represent, but it's about all of you and about this really awesome theme of Give to Gain. I think whoever created the theme this year was just a group of fundraisers, and they're like, let's give them something to action. And so we went with Give to Gain, okay? So when I saw this, I was salivating, and I was like, let's talk about all the way women can give back and you know, to charities like ours. But the thing is as I've proven with the research, women are already giving. You're giving so much in between your full-time jobs, your families, everything that makes you who you are as a wonderful powerhouse. So I don't want to ask you to give more. What I want to ask you to do today is give boldly. Well, women give so much, we still tend to give quietly. We give that donation in a private conversation. We are sponsors, but we don't necessarily put our names up there. We volunteer our times, but we're not necessarily raising our hands to sit in a board situation, or even when the 20% of us do sneak onto boards, we are less likely to speak in that board meeting than our male counterparts. So today is not about giving more, it's about giving differently. So what I would challenge each of you is, if you have a project, an initiative, a charity that you are very passionate about, for International Women's Day, why don't you sing it from the rooftops? Don't be afraid or feel like it's a humble brag to put on LinkedIn that you volunteered 750 hours to a shelter or charity you care about. When you make a significant donation, put your name on it. In the wise words of Beyonce, if you like it, put your name on it and let people know that you have made that investment. Not only because when you gain, you allow that experience to change you, but when you give to gain and you tell people about it, Women are far more likely to influence the circles around them to give as well. Women give in networks. So when you say, isn't this charity amazing? Ronald McDonald House, I was there just the other day, and you tell your peers about it, they're more likely to give of their time, treasure, and talents. So by being bold, by not being afraid to toot your own horn and discuss your charitable giving amongst your networks, amongst your peers and your businesses, you will not only create a ripple of good, you will create a tidal wave that will truly have the opportunity to address some of our society's most critical issues. So I really hope that all of you will feel inspired. I'm going to be looking at everyone's LinkedIn after to see all the great things that you're doing and to celebrate boldly along with you. And just as a closing note, a couple of things. I want to thank all my team members for coming with me today. We have about 12 sweet queens of philanthropy with us today, probably about a combined century of nonprofit work sitting at that table and a half right there. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you to all those who are already giving boldly and making London and our region a better place. And I just want to leave with a moment of pause for the 40 women caregivers and mums who are at our Ronald McDonald House right now, who would never dream of being able to celebrate International Women's Day in the way that we are all so privileged to be celebrating right now. Those women, like all of you, know that women will take on more than 80% of the caregiving burden. They will give up their jobs, they will give up their economic flexibility, and they will give of their time to care for whether it's a sick parent, a sick child, or as we see with many of the mums at Ronald McDonald House, to navigate a life-threatening, high-risk pregnancy. So when you're enjoying today, when you're networking, when you're talking about the projects and the passions that you have, please think of those women and think about how potentially this day, this year, this month, or right now, you might decide to give boldly and gain boldly by supporting women who are very like you or unlike you in every way, shape, and form. So thank you for having us today, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, we have 2 more super fun things before lunch. Really excited to welcome Kirsten Crows to the stage to tell you more about the first one. It's that big of a secret.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Kirsten Crows. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Jen, for allowing me to come up here and do something that I really love to do, and that's to promote a friend. Melissa is a friend of mine, and I think she's an amazing human being. We can woo for that. As an ambitious woman, I wear many hats. I'm a mother, I'm a small business owner, I'm a mentor, and I'm a friend. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for all my friends, my network, and those that I've had in my life build me up and take me to different rooms, take me to different tables, take me to different events. I'm here today because Melissa was so kind to invite me and bring this on my radar, and I'm very happy to be here. One of the things I want to promote right now, you'll see in my arm, I'm carrying something. It is a book. I believe I can do anything I set my mind to. But having people around me that care about me, that care about my success, it not only makes it easier to achieve my goals, but it makes it more fun. Melissa is someone I call a friend. She is one of the most kind, thoughtful, intelligent, and charming people I know. She's recently published a book. It's a good one. I want to give you a little taste of this book. It's a very easy read. I'm going to call it just this one. Sorry, I'm multitasking like every woman does. Okay. Part 2, build great relationships. The foundation of trust and team. No leader succeeds alone. The real magic of leadership happens in relationships, the spaces between people where trust, care, and accountability live. In this part, you'll explore what it means to build trust through consistency, communicate with transparency, and hold others accountable with kindness. Leadership isn't about control, it's about connection. And great relationships are what make high-performing teams and happy workplaces possible. I highly recommend getting a copy of this book. It's an easy read, it's insightful, and the value you'll get out of it is worth more than the small amount it will cost you. It was very thoughtfully crafted and created. So I have an ask to make. I'm not going to ask anyone to stand up or move or do anything like that, but I will ask everyone to please get out their phone if you could, please. There's going to be a big group effort, so please, everyone, if you can get out your phone, that would be great. You're going to see a QR code up on this screen. If everyone can please buy this ebook, it's going to cost you 99 cents. It's a fifth of a latte. We want to get Mel on the bestseller list. This is what happens when friends come together and we support each other. We're going to do something. We're going to be the D in All Women Lead, and we're going to do something to help Mel get on the bestseller list. We can do this, so everyone please purchase now, get the QR code. Please, please buy this book. It is really good. It's an easy read again. It's going to take a village, and let's be Melissa's village. If you want to grab more information about the book, or if you want to be on the list for a paperback, there's a table at the back. You can just go sign up for one. So with that, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you again, Melissa. Thank you, Jen. I hope you enjoy the book and the event today. And the last thing is, I'm just going to call up Jen to the stage here, please.
Thank you, Kristen. Can we give Kristen a round of applause, please? Thank you. All right, so I call Melissa Melly Mel. Melly Mel, I am so very proud of you. No, it was not in the script. No, it's a surprise. Very proud of you. This is your first of many books, and she put her heart into this, y'all. She really, really did. So this is for you. We love you. Congratulations.
All right, let's make that go bestseller. That is an easy ask. Let's get that done. What a morning! Who's hungry? Okay, well, we are going to give out a couple of door prizes, and then you'll notice it is almost 12:10. 12:10 is lunchtime, so we're almost there. Raise your hand if you purchased a ticket before December 31st, way back in 2025. If you did, you were entered into a draw sponsored by M&P. They were offering a $150 shopping spree for those who purchased before that deadline. So, Sheila Daniel was the winner. Can we congratulate Sheila? Sheila, over the noon hour, please enjoy your shopping. Thank you again to M&P for their generous sponsorship. And if you haven't eaten your cookie yet, can we eat cookies in the morning? I don't think we're supposed to, but we can do whatever we want. All right, we can eat cookies in the morning. It's past noon, so we can definitely eat cookies. So if you haven't had your cookie yet, it's really good. It's your gift from AWL Partners. Keep your packaging because there will be more information about AWL a little later. For some all women lead merchandise, they have their booth at the back that you can check out over lunch. Now, we have a few lucky door prize winners. We have a Sephora makeup lesson and application. And congratulations to Maria Fialos. Winners, all you have to do is go to the registration desk to pick up your prize. And if you are a virtual attendee and you are about to win, please speak to Shirley about collecting your prize. So, next, we have a 12-month Good Life membership. Congratulations, Suki May. 12-month membership. We have 10 classes of water on aquatic fitness. Congratulations, Megan Lapudra. From Mint Spa, we have a $250 gift certificate. Congratulations, Tula Salabank. From Sparta Lavender Farms, oh, this is nice, Donna Cernick, congratulations. We have a prize from Ooh Baby. Did I hit the ooh long enough? Ooh Baby. Lux Handbags. Congratulations, Tulin Salabank. Double winner. We have a Bella Wallet wristlet. Congratulations to Megan Furnival. And our virtual winner. How cool is this? Our virtual winner actually comes on a piece of paper. And the winner is Katie Knox, BF Fitness. That is a 15-pack of classes. So winners, again, please go to the registration desk to pick up your prize. There will be more door prizes this afternoon. Lunch, it's 12:10 and a bit. Lunch is now being served, and this is a great time to refuel. You'll have an opportunity to connect, to network, visit our vendors, grab some food, and keep the conversations going. And just a quick note again, for anyone who did not hear the announcement earlier, if you are observing Ramadan, we have a quiet prayer room available in Salon J, and boxed lunches will be provided for you to take with you at the end of the day. Please do not leave without your meal. We will be back. Set your watches. 1:05 sharp. 1:05 sharp. Please enjoy the lunch break. We'll see you shortly. DJ Zara, take us to lunch. Welcome back. How was lunch? Ah, the woos. I love it. We need some more woos, actually, for just a moment, because we want to welcome Table 28. Table 28 is the first table of all women First Nation leaders at this event. Can we have a few woos? Yeah! This morning, we talked about leadership, we talked about courage, we talked about emotional intelligence. This afternoon, we are going to hear from two more phenomenal speakers, and we're going to do a whole lot of celebrating. It's Monday. We never get to celebrate much on Mondays. We're going to celebrate this afternoon. But before the celebrations, I want to get into something that's extremely important to both Mel and Jen. And that is financial freedom. At All Women Lead, there's something that they say out loud, even when it makes people uncomfortable. You ready for this? And shift in your seat if you have to. Hopefully you don't have to. But that's something that they say is women cannot have real choice without financial independence. Women cannot have real choice without financial independence. That's why money is always a part of this conversation. Not because it's about being rich, but it's about being free. Our next speaker understands that deeply. She's a finance professor, she's a certified financial counselor, and the founder of Corcoran Coaching Group. But more importantly, she helps people to build healthy, confident relationships with money. without shame, without judgment, without fear. Please welcome Danielle Corcoran.
All right, everybody. All right, how was lunch? Let's give a round of applause to the volunteers here today. I think I'm supposed to get a volunteer to do a little exercise up on the board, but maybe not. Okay. So my name is Danielle. I am a financial counselor, money coach, and I'm really excited to be with you here today. So we're going to start with a little exercise. So what I want you to do, we have a few volunteers that are going to be in the audience, and one of you guys is going to write on the board what you guys are going to yell out. Do you want to do it? Thank you. So I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to yell out the very first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word money. So don't think about it. Yell it out. We're going to write it down. So what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think about money? Freedom. What else? Shoes. Yes. Shoes. What else? Resources, opportunity, travel. Never enough. That is the main one I hear consistently. We hear fear, paycheck to paycheck, right? We're hearing lots of these different words. Thank you. Thank you. Now, where's the remote? This is the remote here. Pressure, stress, debt, security, financial freedom. I want everybody in this room right now to say, I deserve financial stability. Say it. I deserve financial stability, right? We all want financial freedom. And when we're looking at this list, never enough is a very common one. And that's a mindset issue. This is not lack of discipline, right? This is not that we're not able to understand what we're doing. We're trying to get through the day with the skill set that we have. So we were taught how to earn, right? That's why we go to school. We go to university. We were taught how to earn money, but we weren't taught how to manage it. We're taught how to work hard. We're taught how to get promoted, and we're taught how to rise in our jobs or in a business. We're taught how to grow, and we're taught how to make money, but we just weren't taught how to manage it. How do we manage stress? How to build intentional habits? And how do we build an intentional, healthy relationship with money? Tell me what these celebrities and actors, athletes have in common. Who can yell it out? What do all these people have in common? Bankruptcy. So a lot of my clients will say to me, just when I have enough money, I will then be able to save. Or just when I have enough money, when I get that promotion or when I get that raise, I'm going to be able to invest. But guess what? That these people have a lot of money. They were taught how to earn it. They became skilled in their trades and their craft, but they weren't taught how to manage it. So what I want everybody to know in this room is it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You weren't taught. Who taught you about money? The information that you know today about money, who taught it to you as kids? Parents? Did your parents teach you great habits with money? How about school? Schools teach you about money? No. So really, if we're not taught about money, and you as parents who have kids, think about what you're teaching your kids today. How are you teaching them about money? Because we inherently learn from what our parents teach us, right? We're observing. If our parents say, we can't afford that. Kids, I want to go to Disney World. We can't afford to go to Disney World. What is that teaching them? Every time you say, we can't afford it,
you're teaching your kids fear to ask about money. It starts at home. So if you feel ill-equipped to teach your kids about money, it starts with you. It's not your fault you weren't taught. It's not your fault technology has made money invisible. My sister pays for everything with her watch, right? Kids are like, Mom, where does all the money come from? It comes from your watch? Or it comes from the machine on the wall? That's awesome, right? Kids don't know. And how are we teaching them? Our mindset, or if you're stressed about money, kids are absorbing that. They're sensing it, they're watching, they're learning from you. So you need to get clear on your finances, and the best thing you can do for your kids is getting clear with your own finances, so then they're observing your positive and good relationship with money. True or true, 80% of money issues have nothing to do with money. True. I know I didn't give you an option, right? True or true. 80% of money issues have nothing to do with money. Look at all those celebrities and athletes that went bankrupt. They had millions of dollars and they still couldn't make it work. And again, not being taught how to manage it is key here. Your mind, the things you say to yourself, never enough. Every time you say there's never enough money, that's a mindset block. There is enough money. Guess what? There's not enough of time. We run out of time, right? There's not enough time, but there's always enough money. Money ebbs and flows. It's energy, right? So what we talk about, how we talk to ourselves, our family, our kids, if you're feeling stress and anxiety around money, now you want to fix that. The problem is lack of clarity. That's the real problem. If you can't save, if you can't get out of debt, if you can't follow a budget, or you're spending, you're overspending, it's because you have lack of clarity. It's not math, but you can't make confident decisions if you don't know the numbers, whether it's in your business or at home. You got to know the numbers. So Carol lets me share her story. She's one of my clients. We love Carol. A lot of people in this room probably know her. And she was one of my clients that had massive success with coaching because she could not see her numbers clearly. She had a bank account, and it's a common bank account, that all of your debt is combined into one account. So her mortgage and her credit cards, all was her checking account. So guess what? Every time she opened her checking account, what did she see? A negative, crazy amount of money that she owed because of her mortgage looks like her bank balance, like a negative number. Can you imagine opening up your bank account every day and seeing like a negative $200,000 or $300,000 or $500,000 in your bank account? So every time she got a paycheck, it went against 100% of her paycheck, went against that debt. So she's like, I don't know how much money I can spend. I don't know how much money I have available to pay my bills or to put my kids through school or to save up for a renovation we want to do. And she had a lot of fear. She was worried all the time. She wasn't performing well at jobs. She'd call in sick. She was fighting with her husband because he's like, we're fine. And she's like, we're not fine. She couldn't get it. So we had to sit down and come up with a plan. So what I did for Carol was I put together what I call an abundance plan. Now, I do not believe in budgets. People are like, what? I don't like the word budget. I don't believe they work because they don't. But you have to have a plan. And I call mine an abundance plan or a spending plan, where you want to get really clear on every dollar that comes in and every dollar that goes out. After 8 months, they put $30,000 on their mortgage and paid it down. And what Carol has now is she has clarity, so she's able to make better decisions. She's able to make better choices, she's happier, she's empowered, and she's in control of her money. So financial wellness, financial clarity, it improves many more things than just about your money in your bank account. It's tied to your mental health, right? All those words that we saw at the beginning, right? Well, shoes, maybe not shoes, but right? That fear, that mental health is impacted, and our emotional health. So I remember my first financial advisor said to me, you have to separate emotion from your money. I'm like, how can I do that? Oops. How can I do that? It's my money. It's like I'm emotional about what happens to my money. So it's impossible for you to separate your emotional feelings around money. And we deal with it every single day of our lives, pretty much. So yes, we want to be logical, but it's proven that our main decisions are first made by emotion. Then decisions are made with logic. So we want to improve our mental clarity around money. It will improve our physical, our emotional states. We have more confidence. We have more focus. We're better leaders when you're in control of your money in your business and at home. As an employee, you're going to perform better. As an employer, your staff are going to perform better. That will impact your bottom line. But we want our employees to be healthy in their financial wellness because it's a strategic advantage for you as an employer, for your staff to have financial clarity and are able to go home at the end of the day and enjoy time with their kids, right? Go to the baseball games and the hockey games and not have this cloud hanging over them about, I didn't make enough money to pay the mortgage, or I don't know how I'm going to keep my kids in these sports because of money, right? It's just that heaviness that if you're helping your staff and yourselves deal with your financial wellness and get a better relationship with money, it improves so much more of your life. Like I said, more time with your family where you're more present, better communication with your spouse. And 95% of couples that I coach, one's a spender and one's a saver. That's not fun, right? Fighting, not being able to communicate together. So learning and improving your relationship with money improves so many more aspects of your life. So clarity builds confidence. Confidence changes your behavior, right? We stand better, right? Our posture is better when we have confidence. Our behavior changes, our actions change. So our behaviors changes our results. So remember that it's not your fault, but it is your opportunity to change it, and clarity does change everything. Now I have here a free abundance plan. So what I was telling you with Carol is that I put together an abundance plan, which I have a template for, but I customized it for her so she could see where every dollar was coming and every dollar was going. And the way to change your concept of money, or the way to understand it, the way to get clear with your money, here's the exercise I'll give for you to do. And I want to know your reaction to it. I want you to go home, whether it's today or later this week, and I want you to analyze the last 3 months of your spending. So I want you to download your 3 months, the last 3 months of your checking account and your credit cards, and I want you to categorize everything that you spent your money on. So how much did you spend on groceries? How much did you spend on Uber Eats? How much did you spend on shoes? Right? How much did you spend on things? And most people, when I tell them that I'm going to do that for them, which I do in my coaching, they're like panicked. Like, oh my God, I don't want anybody to see it. Emotion, right? It ties in with our emotion that we're avoiding it. We don't want to look at it. But until you look at it in the past, I only want you to do it once. But when you audit those last 3 months of your spending, and then You're going to get this free abundance plan if you decide you want to use it. I don't usually give this away without working with me in coaching. But if you download this plan and put together, it's not a budget, it's an abundance plan, and it's easy to follow. I'm here to help you. If you have questions, please email me. I'm happy to get you up and running on this, but this will help you take action. And this is the first step in getting clear with money. So thank you, everybody. I look forward to hearing from you and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Danielle. Separating emotion from our money. Not easy to do, but thank you for the encouragement that we can all do it. We have an opportunity to do something very, very special this year, and it is celebrate. So please welcome back to the stage, Jen and Mel.
Okay. So really grateful to have Danielle on stage. Many of you have heard me talk about this before, and it's something that I'm really passionate about. I truly believe that what we are doing here today is the best opportunity that we have to end femicide. And I take every opportunity I can to talk about that really openly. For those who don't know or haven't heard me speak about it, I come from a household of abuse. I watched my mother and my stepmother stay in an environment that they did not need to stay in, but they couldn't afford to leave. And this, to me, creating economic opportunity for women is the greatest opportunity we have to create change. London saw femicide rise again last year, and it needs to stop. And so for every single one of us in this room, talks about financial opportunity, learning how to budget differently, but most importantly, stopping the challenge of the bottom rung, which is not giving opportunity to women at the earliest levels of management, is the number one thing that we can do. And if we can all come together and work towards creating economic opportunity for women, we will make a difference in that. And it's something that I'm super passionate about. And with that, we're going to segue into something really exciting.
Really exciting. Thank you, Mel. Okay, and thank you, Danielle. Can we give her another round of applause, please? So, are you ready? Are you ready to celebrate women who have not only broken glass ceilings and kicked down walls and tore down the house and rebuilt it, and they brought others along with them? And that, my friends, is what the She Leads Awards are all about. When women are supported, everyone wins. Now, this year, we received an incredible number of nominations from across our community. Stories of women who are building businesses, leading teams, breaking barriers, and creating space for others to shine.
So we had close to 100 nominations for the first She Leads Awards. And from those nominations, we got it down to 10 outstanding women who were selected as finalists. What we are asking is that when your name is called, if you could please stand and remain standing, please, so that we can acknowledge and celebrate you. So to start off, our 5 nominees for Entrepreneur of the Year, the women who are building something bold, brave, and impactful. Each finalist, please stand as we call your name. Soraya Fidel, co-founder of Cedar Valley. Maria Felios, president at Aroma Nika. Berkeley McQueen, owner of Bee Fitness. Laura Murphy, co-owner of Duncan Harwood Custom Homes. And Ashley Cisco, founder and CEO of Cisco and Associates Consulting Services. If you guys can stay standing, we have people bringing you presents, so they need to know where to find you. And now I'd like to ask our 5 Leader of the Year nominees to stand up as well. So women who are changing how leadership looks, feels, and functions. We are excited to congratulate Julie Bevan, Executive Director and CEO of Museum London. Karen Davies, President and CEO at St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital. Sarah Dyer, COO of Event Connect. Lindsay Rice, Executive Director at YWCA St. Thomas Elgin. And Andrea Topham, CEO at Youth Opportunities Unlimited. Once you have your prize, you can sit, but if you don't have your gift yet, just stay standing. Every one of these finalists is already a winner. They represent what happens when talent meets courage and purpose.
One more round of applause for our finalists. No, we also want to take a moment to thank our incredible panel of judges. These individuals took their role seriously, reviewing each nomination with care, with integrity, and respect for the stories being shared. Choosing between these women was not easy, okay? And that is a beautiful problem to have. So please join me in thanking our judges for their time, their thoughtfulness, and commitment to celebrating women's leadership. When I call your name, please stand. We have gifts for you as well. So Maya Mark, President of the Congress of Black Women, London Chapter. Rumina Morris, Director, Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, City of Kitchener. Graham Henderson, CEO of the London Chamber of Commerce. Yola Ventresca, Managing Partner, Learners Law Firm. Carrie McKeeprin, CEO, Sarnia Lambton Chamber of Commerce. Now, these awards, they're not about who is better. They are about who is brave enough to lead, to take risks, to build something new, and to stand in their power. Today, we celebrate all 10 finalists, and we honor 2 extraordinary women whose leadership and entrepreneurship reflect the future we're here to build.
The She Leads Awards are about recognizing women who lead with courage, purpose, and impact. And it's fitting that they're represented by leaders who actively champion women and leadership in their own work. We are honored to have Judy Friesen from Good Life Fitness, an organization committed to well-being, confidence, and strength in all its forms, and our keynote speaker, Isabel Hudon, the president of the Business Development Bank of Canada, a powerful advocate for women entrepreneurs and inclusive economic growth, and the first female president of a bank in Canada. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage as they help to celebrate the She Leads Awards recipients. You're first. You're the first.
Wow. I think we have the best job today. It's so exciting. All right, I'm gonna have to put my readers on. Hold on a sec. Everything's a bit different these days. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Judy Friesen, as Mel said, and I'm a senior divisional manager for Good Life Fitness Clubs. Over my 30 years in the fitness industry, I've had the privilege of working alongside so many incredible women. Several are here today. Leaders, mentors, teammates, and Good Life members who inspire me every single day. The fitness industry has traditionally been male-dominated, but the women I've worked with have been instrumental in changing this. They've helped ensure that our gyms are places where women feel supported, confident, and empowered to take care of themselves, challenge themselves, and break records. Their leadership has helped change the face of our industry. That's why we're so proud to work with the organization like All Women Lead and support women as they step into leadership in every part of their lives. At Good Life, we've worked alongside All Women Lead for the past 3 years, and this year we're especially honored to sponsor the very first She Leads Leader of the Year award. The Leader of the Year award was created to honor someone who understands that leadership is not about titles, power, or perfection, but about people. It's about courage, about shifting systems so others can belong, grow, and lead in their own right. This year's recipient embodies people-centered leadership in every sense. Across her career, I say her, but that doesn't give anything away, does it? Sometimes that does, and people start thinking, but I guess we're still with me. All right. Across her career in the nonprofit and social impact sector, she has consistently led with empathy, self-awareness, and an unwavering commitment to the well-being of those doing the work. She understands that sustainable impact only happens when we take care of the people who take care of our communities. She has challenged long-standing norms, reimagining hiring, leadership, and organizational culture to move away from assimilation and towards true belonging. She has used her positional power to open doors for women, young people, and equity-denied groups while creating flexible, human-centered environments that recognize the realities of caregiving, emotional labor, and lived experiences. Am I getting closer? Are people starting to look around? So good. Her leadership is grounded in authenticity. She leads as her whole self with boundaries, humility, and honesty, modeling what it looks like to lead without burnout, without gatekeeping, and without losing one's humanity. Through self-awareness, emotional intelligence, and deep empathy, she has built trust, psychological safety, and cultures where people are not asked to sacrifice themselves to succeed. This award also honors courage, the courage to unlearn harmful expectations, to lead differently, and to show future leaders that strength does not come from self-sacrifice, but from clarity, care, and conviction. Are we ready? Are we ready? It's with great, great pride that I announce this year's winner and the first ever winner of this incredible award, Leader of the Year, to Andrea Topham.
Wow. I really didn't expect this, but I am of a certain age and brain fog is real, so I did prepare something just in case. Thank you so much to All Women Lead. Events like this are so important. I am deeply honored to be recognized alongside women who are leading organizations, challenging systems, and lifting others every single day. Leadership for me has never been about a title. It's been about creating conditions where others can rise and building workplaces and communities where belonging replaces barriers, where women do not apologize before they speak, where flexibility and well-being are ingrained in the culture. I'm a Generation X woman, and I was raised in a very different leadership era. I learned to power through, to overgive, and to carry more than I should. But I've learned so much from younger women, like my daughter Bella, who's here with me today. I've learned things like courage can look like boundaries, strength can look like vulnerability, and the systems we build must be more human, more inclusive, and grounded in integrity. I share this award with the teams I have had the privilege to work with, to the women who mentor, to the women who refuse to shrink, and the women who quietly hold communities, families, and workplaces together every day. Thank you so much.
My turn. All right. I have the great privilege to unveil the Entrepreneur of the Year, to recognize a woman who has turned vision into action, challenge into opportunity, and values into impact. This year's recipient embodies what it means to build something from the ground up, not just a business, but a legacy rooted in family, resilience, and purpose. Her entrepreneurial journey began in an unexpected way with her teenage son, a bold idea and a willingness to say yes before all the answers were clear. From a farmer's market table to major retail partnerships, from handbagging products to building during a global pandemic, she has led with courage, creativity, and an unshakable belief in what was possible. But what truly sets her apart is how she leads. In a male-dominated manufacturing industry, she has intentionally created space for women, newcomers, and underrepresented talent to grow, belong, and thrive. She would be a man today that we would say he leads with conviction and ambition to mobilize his troop, and strong and performing business grounded in trust to deliver performance. Rather, I will say, she leads with emotional intelligence, empathy, and authenticity, building not just a team, but a family grounded in trust, flexibility, and shared purposes. Her business is a platform for empowerment. She honors her heritage, mentors other women entrepreneurs, shares what she has learned, and proves that success doesn't require perfection, just resilience, faith, excellence, and the willingness to figure things out along the way. This award celebrates innovation, resilience, and leadership that lifts others as it rises. It is our honor, my honor, to announce the Entrepreneur of the Year recipient, Madame Surya Fadel. I have to say that I had the privilege to see her right at the beginning of the description, and she did recognize herself. And she hid behind her two hands, and she started crying. But here you are on stage, Surya. Picture.
I need help.
Surya, there's no hazard in life. Last weekend doing my grocery, I love pita. And last weekend doing my grocery in Montreal at the Provigo store, I bought your product.
Oh,
it's fabulous, delicious.
Thank
The
you.
mic is yours.
Thank you. But can I just say before you walk away,
that when we started, we had nothing, and banks turned us down, and BDC was the only ones that, yes, that gave us the start. Thank you. So, no, thank you. You did. You gave us.
I did not know.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, after the high school grant ran out for my son, we had to find the 3,000 didn't last very long. So we had to find other sources. Wow. I just really will try and be quick. I'm in shock right now. But I do want to thank a few people. I want to thank the hockey moms that are out there because they had the idea that gave the birth to Cedar Valley. And I want to thank my son's high school. I want to thank all my Good Life family from Windsor to London and beyond, because you guys were my guinea pigs when we were starting our formulations of the products, and you guys had to do all the taste testing. So thank you to all my Good Life peeps. My family, of course, who stood by my side and gave up and sacrificed because the stay-at-home mom, side hustle fitness instructor gave all of that up and dove full into this business 7 days a week, 16 plus hours a day to make it grow from really, it was nothing. It was my little fryer at home. So it's been a long journey. Thank you to Mel and Jen. Oh my God, what is this? It's the most beautiful creation that you could have come up with. And to bring this group together is just fabulous. And I do want to say to all of you women out there that have a business idea and may have some passion about something in particular, but you're afraid to make that leap. You're maybe afraid of failure. You're afraid of success sometimes. You're just afraid of the unknown. Please take it from me. Let me be an example that if I can do it, so can you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Congratulations again to all of the nominees, our finalists, and our winners. Thank you to everybody for your support in this. It's been amazing. How do we follow it up? So I want to tell you about a conversation that we had, a few conversations that we've had actually that really stayed with me. Over the past couple of years, Jen and I kept having the same conversations, whether it was in coaching sessions, in one-on-ones, over coffee, with women who were accomplished, experienced, and leading at a really high level. And again, we'd hear some version of the same thing. I just want someone I can bounce ideas off of, or I want a space where I can fail and not feel judged for it. I'm tired of pretending that I have it all figured out. And what stuck with us and what really stayed with us is that these weren't women who were struggling. These were powerhouse women. These were women who were in rooms, making decisions, leading teams, driving strategy, and they still felt like they didn't have anywhere to just think out loud, where it was a safe space to do that.
So we also kept hearing something else. We kept hearing that traditional networking just wasn't working for them. And honestly, we felt that as well. So there's something worth naming here. Okay, research shows that women are often asked questions that put them on the defensive. Questions about risk, about what could go wrong, about whether they're sure. While their male counterparts are asked questions rooted in belief, in possibility, in potential, in the upside. And that dynamic shows up in networking rooms too. It's subtle, but it's there, and it's exhausting. So we started asking, what if we built something different?
So we pulled together an incredible group of women for a breakfast. Many of you are in this room. No agenda, no pitch, just a question. Traditional networking doesn't work. We keep hearing it. So what would? What would it actually look like? And the conversation that followed was probably one of the best that we'd ever been a part of. And what emerged wasn't a program, but it was a commitment to something smaller, more intentional, built on trust, depth, and the belief that women lead better when they're surrounded by others who think big as well. The conversation became StratX Women.
Strat X Women is a curated leadership circle. We facilitate it, but the group leads it. It's application-based and intentionally small because the depth we're after only happens when there's real trust in the room. So each gathering, 2 members will take the floor, sharing a challenge, an idea, or a case study. And the group brings it their full thinking into it. And we've also have a standing practice that we're going to do called BRAG. I love an acronym.
She does love an acronym.
Bold,
Really does.
bold, real, authentic greatness. Every meeting will include space to own and celebrate what's happening in their worlds. The wins, the breakthroughs, the growth moments, no downplaying, no shrinking. There's confidentiality, there's accountability, the loving kind. And there's a shared agreement that in this room, you do not have to play small.
We'd really prefer it if you didn't. So we just launched our first cohort, and after our very first gathering, the message that we sent out to the group started with this. The energy, honesty, and willingness in that room made it clear. This is exactly what it is meant to be. We're now building the list for our second cohort. If you've ever sat in a meeting and thought to yourself, I wish I could just say what I'm actually thinking.
If you've ever wanted a room full of women who don't just support you, but push you to think bigger, this is the room. We'd love to talk with you about it. Find us after today, or you can leave your name at our AWL booth at the back, or you can reach out directly at our email, hello@awlpartners.com.
Okay, our title sponsor, Learners LLP, has shown their support not only through attending, sharing space, and collaborating, but also through financial support that we are so grateful for. And it's part of what allows us to keep our pricing as low as we do for this incredible full-day event. And we would like to welcome Alicia Christian, Chief Brand and Strategy Officer at Learners, to bring back and formally introduce our keynote speaker for today. Alicia.
On behalf of Learners, it's truly a privilege to be here with you today in celebration of International Women's Day. Thank you to all Women Lead for hosting this incredible and inspiring event. International Women's Day is always a moment of reflection, but more importantly, it's a moment of intention, a moment to ask not only how far we've come, but how we choose to lead going forward. At Learners, we believe that leadership is not defined by title. It's defined by impact. And we have seen time and again that when women lead, organizations become stronger, more collaborative, and more forward-thinking. At Learners, we speak about mentorship as a responsibility, not just a value. We speak about creating spaces where women feel they truly belong, because belonging is not accidental. It's built intentionally. And we've affirmed that equity, diversity, and inclusion are not side projects. They are core to how we define excellence. Those words are not theoretical for us. Today, the entirety of Learners Executive Committee is female. That didn't happen by chance. It wasn't about optics. It was about identifying talent early, fostering it deliberately, and ensuring that leadership pathways were visible and attainable. But what I am most proud of is not simply representation at the top. It's the culture beneath it. It's a senior partner who pauses to sponsor an associate for a speaking opportunity. It's the colleague who ensures a woman's idea is heard and credited in the boardroom. It's the leader who understands that resilience and vulnerability can coexist. It's the recognition that ambition and empathy are not opposites. They are strengths when combined. We know that progress does not move in a straight line. They are still systemic barriers. There are still rooms where women must work harder to be heard. There are still expectations placed on women that are rarely placed on their male counterparts. But there is also something powerful happening. Women are redefining leadership itself. We are moving away from command and control models and toward influence, collaboration, emotional intelligence, and strategic courage. We are building businesses and institutions that are not only profitable, but principled. And events like this matter deeply because leadership can be lonely, because change requires community, because visibility creates possibility. When women gather to share experiences, to speak candidly about challenges, and to celebrate each other's successes, something shifts. Confidence grows, networks expand, futures open. At Learners, we are committed to continuing this work, not just on International Women's Day, but every day. We are committed to mentorship, to sponsorship, to creating leadership pathways, to ensuring that young women entering our profession can see themselves in positions of influence and know that they belong there. Today, I encourage each of us to consider, who are we lifting? Who are we mentoring? Who are we advocating for when they are not in the room? Because that is how real change happens. To the women in this room, your leadership matters. To the allies here, your advocacy matters. To the next generation here, your future is bright and it is yours to shape. Thank you to all Women Lead for creating a platform that challenges, empowers, and equips women to step fully into their leadership potential. And thank you all for being here, for investing in yourselves, in one another, and in a future where women's leadership is not exceptional, it's expected. So I have the pleasure of introducing our keynote speaker today. If the future is going to be bold, inclusive, and built by women, it needs leaders who don't just talk about progress, they fund it, scale it, and protect it. Our keynote speaker is one of Canada's most influential leaders in business, diplomacy, and economic development. As president and CEO of the Business Development Bank of Canada, she leads an organization that helps entrepreneurs across this country build, grow, and thrive, especially those who have been historically underrepresented. From serving as Canada's ambassador to France and Monaco, to leading major financial institutions, to being recognized by governments and global organizations for her impact, she is living proof that courage and strategy belong together. Please join me in welcoming a woman who is helping shape the future of Canada's economy, Isabelle Houdon.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Mel and Jen, or should I say Melissa and Jennifer? I don't know. I feel that I should call you Mel and Jen. Congratulations on year 7 of this event. I walked into the room. It's not the my first in an event like this, but I was not expecting that level of energy. I was not expecting so many people, and I say people because there's not only women in the room, there's women and men in the room. So to both of you, kudos. I know very well what it means to get there after only 7 years, to have a room filled with powerful leaders, dreamers, and doers like you've succeeded today. To my colleagues from BDC, to all of you, it's my pleasure to stand in front of you, and I know and I do recognize that to speak in public, it's a privilege, and every time I do so, I try to be as relevant as possible in front of the crowd that will be carefully listening to me. So it's a real privilege to be here with you in London to mark International Women's Day. And considering that it is officially only next Saturday, the official Women's Day, perhaps we could simply call it the International Women's Week, especially in London. I certainly feel that the cause of women equality deserves more than a single calendar date, especially now. Over the past year, many of us have had the uneasy feeling that the fight for equality has taken a step or 2 steps back. Rights we thought were firmly established are being questioned again. Hard-won gains are being reframed as optional. Voices offering a regressive view of the world are getting louder and sadly so assertive. And that is disturbing. For those of us who have spent years, sometimes decades, working to open doors, the past year may have felt discouraging, even destabilizing. This is a reality that should concern us. But what I would like to stress with you today is that it should not paralyze us. Progress, as often said, is never linear. It is never comparable neither. But most importantly, progress is powered by something that is incredibly strong, stronger, in fact, that we may imagine. That source of power is called courage. And that is why, despite everything, I remain deeply optimistic. And let me explain why. In our collective imagination, we usually associate the idea of courage with great adversity, struggle, and even actual pain. Courage is noticed in leaders making tough decisions or acting decisively in difficult and challenging environments. It is associated with people accomplishing heroic actions in the face of great dangers. Well, what I would like to suggest to you today is that such a view of courage is in fact incomplete. It focuses on the spectacular and the visible. And doing so, it misses a more important dimension of courage, the actual foundations of courage. I'm a true believer that courage is much more about persistency than bravery. Courage is not simply about doing what is difficult. It's about doing what is right. It's acting in accordance with one's principles and being faithful to one's commitments. And that, I believe, is great news for all of us in this room. Courage is within everyone's reach from the moment we fully understand its foundations. From my experience, courage rests on three foundations. Not one, not two, but three, all working together. When one is missing, courage becomes fragile. When all three are aligned, courage becomes unstoppable. The first foundation is beliefs and integrity. Courage begins with clarity about what you stand for, your values, your principles, the lines you will not cross, even when pressure builds, even when compromise is tempting. There is no courage without integrity, and integrity does not appear automatically. It requires reflection. It requires asking yourself hard questions. What do I believe in? What kind of leader do I want to be? What I am willing to defend, even if it costs me something. Clarity does not mean rigidity. Our beliefs should evolve as we learn, as we listen, and as we grow. But courage demands that in any given moment, you know where you stand. Because when your values are clear, decisions, while still difficult, become simpler. And courage becomes possible. The second foundation is facts and knowledge. In a world of speed, noise, and opinion, facts matters more than ever. It is the objective and rational information you can rely on when making decisions. Scientific research, data, analysis. Gut instincts can be powerful, but there is no excuse for not seeking facts to challenge it and ultimately validate it. Facts are essential to courage. They give it credibility. They anchor decisions in reality rather than perception or impulse. This is why rigor matters, why learning also matters, why surrounding yourself with people who are smarter than you and who are willing to challenge your assumptions. It is important. And I said this looking to my colleagues here, who are often challenging me and vice versa. And in moments of pushback, moments like the ones we are living through now, facts are not a constraint on courage, they support it. The third foundation is ambition, because belief and knowledge on their own are not enough. Ambition is what turns conviction into movement. It is what pushes us out of comfort zones and into action. You can be right about something. You can understand the facts perfectly, but without ambition, nothing changes. Ambition is often underappreciated, particularly when it comes to women. Women can be less comfortable with their own ambition. For too long, it has been associated with some arrogance of entitlement. Let me suggest you instead that ambition is the greatest demonstration of responsibility, something we women are very good at. Ambition is looking at something and thinking, this can be better, and I'm going to make it better. When beliefs, facts, and ambition align, something powerful happens. That alignment is called courage, which brings me to the most important message I want to leave you today. Courage is not the absence of fear, believe me, but it is what makes fear bearable. Courage is what you get when your values, your knowledge, and your ambition come together and makes your desire to take action bigger and stronger than any fear you may have. Courage is nothing more than acting in alignment with who you are. And I like to think that it is ultimately much easier than betraying yourself. And this is why courage is within reach, individually and collectively. The progress we seek on equality, on leadership, on opportunity will not come from one speech, one policy, or one person. It will come from millions of courageous, heard, and visible decisions made every day in boardrooms, in classrooms, in workplaces, in communities. This is especially true when progress feels under threat. I think the courage of women is extremely resilient and persistent. That courage has fueled the progress towards equality, and it will continue to fuel it for as long as we need to get there. Because the values of equality, equity, and fairness are strong, just, and undisputable. Because the economic case for equality is robust and supported by objective research and extensive data. And because women ambition is real, we just need to make it more visible, to support and to fully unleash it. We have all the foundations of courage. And because of that, I have no doubt that we can and we will keep strong and carry on. And I will add on a personal note that I'm not afraid of being afraid. Not true that I'm never afraid, but I'm not afraid to be afraid. I'm not trying to please everyone. And it's something that you should avoid, trying to please everyone at all time. Make sure that your list of champions is way longer than your list of detractors. But be realistic. You cannot and you should not try to please everyone. I feed my own confidence with my wins. I focus on what I do great. I focus on what I bring to the table. I do not focus on what I don't know. I do not focus on what others know and that I don't. And I lead not only with good intentions. I lead with intentionality, meaning that I just don't give myself objectives, but I take decisions aligned to my objectives. And I'm a strong believer that gender equality is everyone's business. What we are asking for is for the 51% of the population who we are women to get the same rights, the same opportunities, and the same chances that the 49% of the population, men, have been getting for thousands and thousands of years. And now I'll be courageous on stage. I will call you to join me on stage now. Only you. Yeah. Because of what you said a few minutes ago. You were transparent enough to share what your mother and stepmother accepted against their will. I will share with you that I saw on Instagram, I'm not that old. I do my damn best. What a very well-known French actress did at the César Award. César Award is for France what the Oscar are for the United States. She invited all men in the room, and that's what I'm doing, to stand in front of all of us to end feminicide and to look at each other and to feel for all of us women that we have allies in the room and that we have allies in the future to stop feminicide. Men, on that note, men and women, thank you.
Merci, thank you. Isabelle Houdon. The tools that we've been given today are remarkable. Courage makes fear bearable. That's something that, as we go to sleep tonight, should echo in our minds. Courage makes fear bearable. And the other part of it is that this isn't whatever progress we can make as human beings. It doesn't, it won't, it isn't going to come from one person. And a lot of you know that if you sit around waiting for one person to move, to lead the way, to open the door, to break the ceiling, the door stays closed, the ceiling stays there, where it does take millions. And no matter what we hear, no matter what we scroll through, no matter what we're reading, the steps backward that we are hearing about right there from Isabel, they are true. And they may continue to be true, maybe for a little while. But you take everybody in this room, you take everybody outside this room, you take everybody willing to show up for each other, we're going to have that progress. We're going to have that change because we have people like all of our speakers who are being photographed right now. They've done this. They've opened those doors. They've broken those ceilings, and they will continue to do that. And the rest of us, if we can do something even just this much beside any of them, we're going to be making that progress in the right direction. We're going to be going forward. Thank you to all of the speakers we have heard from today. Powerful, inspirational reminder that leadership and courage and economic impact are all deeply connected and will always remain that way. When women lead, ripple effects are real, and it's been shown again and again. We didn't want those ideas to end and just end because they're very alive in this room. You can feel that energy. It continues to grow. All of the tools that we have been given from everybody on the stage today. So this next part of our program is going to explore. It is a panel about what leadership looks like in real time across business, across community, through strategy, and maybe most importantly, through lived experience. You're about to hear from women who are shaping systems, building organizations, influencing culture, and leading with intention, even when the path isn't simple. To guide this conversation, we welcome back Alicia Christian, Chief Brand and Strategy Officer at Learners, who will moderate the panel. She brings a sharp, strategic lens and a very deep understanding of leadership and impact. We'd also like to welcome our panelists. Jennifer Matwawana, co-founder of AWL Partners and All Women Lead. Melissa Maloney, co-founder of AWL Partners and All Women Lead. Saria Fidel, the co-founder of Cedar Valley and inaugural winner of the She Leads Entrepreneur of the Year Award. This conversation is about power, it's about possibility, it's about the choices women make when they've been building the future. Not someday, but as we've been yelling, the future is. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and our panel.
Okay, I like putting people in the hot seat, so be ready. Exactly. The theme today is The Future is Now. From where you sit, what is one leadership behavior or decision women can no longer afford to postpone if we want real change to happen in our lifetime?
Does anyone want to start, or does anyone have an answer right off the bat? Jen looks like she does.
What I would say is courage, because we all have courage. We just show it in different ways. And sometimes we think that we have to do something really big and outlandish to show courage. But just taking one small step towards something that you think, I wonder what this would be like. I wonder if I could do that. And just doing one little thing, using that courage that we all have within us, I think we can't wait anymore. We need to just do it now.
Yeah, I can go and then we can switch. I think for me, I would say we need to stop genderizing leadership, and we need to stop identifying male behaviors and female behaviors. And we just need to recognize what good leadership looks like and what poor leadership looks like. And then if it's poor leadership, we just need to be courageous enough to call it out. I think I spent a ton of my career being told that I was leading my way. And the reality is I led like a human, and I cared about people, and I took care of people, and I didn't feel shame in that or feel wrong for leading that way. But there's still a belief that we can't lead as in caring ways and drive results, and we need to stop believing that.
And I'll echo both of those beautiful responses. For me, as a, developing something out of nothing, it's almost like you need to just stop or just actually start breaking those barriers, because I think sometimes we individuals put those barriers up ourselves because we're worried about, oh, is this a, manufacturing, is it a male dominated industry? What? If I think that, I'm never going to get anywhere. So let's just start breaking those barriers on our own, in our own little bubble, break through one at a time, and then you will be able to get to that next level. And don't worry about the consequences, because if you fail, that's part of the journey. You pick yourself up and you start again and break the next barrier.
Next question. We often talk about women stepping into power, but power looks different depending on context. How do you personally define power today, and how has that definition changed over the course of your career?
Oh, I'm getting pointed at. Okay. So you have a business partner who points at you and says, go. I have no power. No, I think again, I think, and Judy said it, like, I spent a ton of my career leading in an industry that was, even though we had a ton of female leaders around us, it was led by men. And even with those female leaders there was impact, but the day to day felt like power looked like loudness, and power looked a little aggressive, and power looked, it could look like micromanagement, but it looked aggressive, abrasive, like those types of words. And I think, if I actually use Isabel as a perfect example, we just had a woman stand on stage in a very level voice, in a very calm way, dominate a room. And that to me is what power can look like. And I think, if going back to Good Life, we had an incredible leader, and that's how she led. She led quietly, she led intentionally, and we all knew the power she had, but it wasn't big. And I think that's shifted so significant during my leadership career, is that power used to look big. And I think we're starting to see the power of softness, even though our friends from the South are trying to really show us that's not the case. But I think we see the power of a different volume.
I 100% agree with the softness. And in my opinion, power to me is by empowering your group around you. And thank you. We have tried to build that community in our facility, and by trusting and by helping and by being very clear. So clarity, one person once told me, and it stuck with me, my daughter's gonna laugh, clarity, because I tell her all the time, clarity is kindness. And if you don't empower the people that are helping you build your company or your business or whatever it is, then being aggressive is not going to get you there. So bring them all together as one unit.
Thank you. When I think of power, you're right, Mel, and it used to be who's the loudest in the room, or at least it seemed that way. But what I've grown to understand is that power is the person who has the most influence. And the person who has the most influence, and I'm going to bring it back to one of our core values, is emotional intelligence. The more emotionally intelligent you are, the more you have the power to be able to influence. And when you can influence, the sky is the limit. Look at all of us in this room today, right? We're here, we're learning, we're empowering one another, we're celebrating one another. That seed drops into each one of us and influences us to do great things. So for me, power is influence, and it goes back to emotional intelligence.
Thank you all. Those are really fantastic answers. Have left a lot of practical ideas for us to work with. Resilience without burnout. This is often a problem that women face. We say yes, 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 and sometimes we should be saying no, no, no. So women are praised for being resilient, sometimes to our own detriment. How do you build resilience without normalizing burnout, self-sacrifice, or overfunctioning?
That's my middle name. Burnout. Yeah, it's not easy to be resilient, especially with changing times. I mean, we started this in COVID, so and then we started as a dressing company and completely pivoted in 2023 and became a pita chip company, which was not part of the plan. So talk about resilience. Yes, right. I know. Right. I know. Maybe one day. But being resilient without burning out is actually knowing your intention. One, having a vision, sticking to your vision, and not trying to be everything to everyone. That was initially the problem we had. Oh, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. We're going to make hummus. We're going to make dressing. We're going to make pita chips. You name it. And then it got to be the point where we were kind of good at a lot of things, but it was taking everything out of us. So then we made a decision, laser focused, one thing. Be really good at one thing and manage that well, and then you're able to be resilient. You're able to manage and balance your life and try and get to that gym and get your workouts in. Where are my instructors?
Resilience. So, resilience has often been defined as that bounce back. But the thing is, when something happens to you, you can never truly go back to the way you were. So, I think resilience is bouncing forward. And the mere fact that you get up in the morning, and you get dressed, and you go about your day, that is resilience. So every single one of us in this room is resilient. Again, I think sometimes in our heads we make things much bigger and it seems out of reach that way. So we just have to kind of bring it back, scale it back, and realize, hey, I am resilient. I am doing this. I am going forward.
So I'm going to take a bit of a different angle on this, in the sense of, I think a huge part of energy, and if we think about it from an energy perspective, because we mentioned burnout, and burnout's a big conversation nowadays. And here's what I know is that if we have to spend a lot of time doing things that are not that we're not good at, that are not our strengths, it's exceptionally draining and it is exhausting. And if we can spend more of our time on things that we are good at, miraculously, we could do those things for hours. It's amazing. So we have to actually pay attention to where are we spending time that is draining our energy? Where are we spending time in our days on things that literally empty our battery versus charge our battery? And I think where we need to be courageous and where we need to be brave is if we are starting to notice that we're spending more time on the things that are draining us than on the things that are charging us, then I challenge you in that moment to ask yourself some tough questions around, am I doing the right thing? Should I continue in this role? Is this the company I want to be a part of? All of those things. Because if you are going home at the end of the day and you are empty because your battery hasn't been charged all day at work, you're not giving your best self to your family. You're not giving your best self to yourself. And I think we need to start to look at that and challenge ourselves. And then also be okay on, even in our personal lives, on recognizing who you are and what things you should spend your time on versus not. We started this 7 years ago with the idea of putting people on a stage to say real things that we don't always say in a room. It was a much smaller room at that point, so there was much less risk for judgment. But as an example of this, I was the parent who did not like playing with my kids. Okay, see, we can judge. It's okay. I'll throw myself under the bus for everybody here. I was not a get down on the floor and play dolls with my kid kind of mom. That wasn't my thing. You needed a basketball party organized. I got you. I could pull that together. And it's recognizing that just because Pinterest has told us that we should host these crazy elaborate birthday parties with ridiculous decorations and things that look like princesses, it's not, you don't have to. We're all here, and I'm guessing our parents didn't do it for us. So if it doesn't energize you, don't do it. Like, you don't have to. So just be okay with it. And I think if we can start to be okay saying no to the stuff that we don't want to do, especially as women, we're gonna not experience burnout in the same way.
I have a follow-up question for Mel. So how do you, like, what practical tips do you have for people to say no in situations where they know something is draining them and but they feel like they have to do it? You know, their coworkers are relying on them, or their families relying on them, but they know it is draining and it's not bringing them joy and it's not good for their mental health. It's taxing on them. Like, any practical tips for how to say no, communicate no?
Yeah, I think that a few things. So one, I think we all have to realize, because trust me, when I first started doing the research in this space, I totally went to my boss and said, I really hate interviewing people. And he was like, yeah, cool. You still have to. I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, but it drains me. No. Okay. So there's going to be stuff that we still have to do. But I think it's recognizing, does it ebb and flow? Like, we all have moments in time. And you and I've talked about this off a stage, like, where we have moments in time a lot where it's crazy, right? And we have to go, okay, is this a moment in time or is this normal? Because there's going to be moments in time. And I think you have to start to ask yourself, in this moment in time, where does my priority need to sit? And I would challenge you to look at, as a starting place, how many things are you spending time on that are actually not giving you energy that you could get rid of? I.e., scrolling reels, social media, TV shows. There are things, and again, Soraya and I worked in the fitness industry together. We spent a lot of time talking to people about how they spent time that meant they couldn't prioritize fitness. I, at the time, started this company, had another consulting company, was working full-time for Good Life, and still worked out 5, 6, 7 days a week. So it's priorities. And so we do have to also recognize, how do we prioritize our time? But I also think people who love you want you to be okay. And so it's the bravery to have the conversation to say, hey, this isn't working for me right now. I'm not feeling good with this. Can we look at it? And the answer might be no. And if that's the case, then it's time to evaluate again. But amazingly, almost always, if we actually say, this isn't working for me, can we try this instead? Almost always, people will figure out a way to make it work. We just aren't used to actually asking. And I always say, and I know we've got many men in the room, and I thank you, you're allies, you're wonderful. But the reality is, men don't have guilt in the same way that women have guilt. And it's our guilt that stops us from asking. It's just the reality.
Thanks, Mel. So we learned today about the importance of financial independence and that women can't have real choice without it. What is one money-related belief that you had to unlearn in order to lead or grow with confidence?
We really want you to answer.
You want me to take one?
It's okay.
That's a great question. I'm going to see if I can answer that one properly. But I think, I was a stay-at-home mom, right? So I was not, my side hustles, how much am I making as a fitness instructor, personal trainer, whatever it was, that was just my fun money that I could pay for courses. So I was dependent on my husband's income. So that was like pretty much most of my years until Cedar Valley became a thing. And even then, we depended on him to invest initially in the company. But it got to a point where we started paying ourselves, and I got my own bank account so that I could keep track of my money, and that's okay. So it was just like starting to develop that independence through the business And if I want to spend, I spend. And I'm the one that happens to be the grant writer and the fund seeker from the government. So it almost gave me that confidence that I'm the one, oh, you can't spend money on this for the business because we can't afford it. I said, well, I'll just go get a grant. So it was able to actually give me the confidence where I could justify being that decision maker to spend that money, to go to that next level, to scale the business. So through all those experiences and developing that financial freedom by having my own account and managing my own finances, getting a mentor, right? Just there's so much out there that's available, especially nowadays. Like the people you've had on to speak today have just been phenomenal. There are so many people willing to help. You just got to reach out. Don't let your head space overtake you. Go get the help you need. Find the people that will help you build your business and become that person, because what's going to happen is that you're going to be in a position then to empower other women and give them the inspiration so that they can do something as well and give them that confidence.
So I'm going to answer the question with a little bit of science. No. Okay. So I'm going to ask a question first. Have you heard me talk about the reticular activation system before, the RAS filter? Yes? Okay. All right. For those who don't understand or don't know what the reticular activation system is, essentially it's a sack of neurons in your brain that allows you to realize or pay attention to things that you weren't paying attention to before. Example, have you ever purchased a car that was new to you before? Raise your hand if you ever. Most people have, or something that's just really important to you. When you purchased that, did you all of a sudden see that car or that item everywhere? Right? And it's not that it just all of a sudden came, just everybody went to the same place and got the same stuff. It's not that. It was always there. It's just now it's important to you, so it has come into your reality, right? And the way our brain works is we will pay attention to those things, and so we bring in, you've heard of this thing of manifestation? We bring things in. So if we're constantly thinking of lack, then that is what we're going to see. And so for me, to answer that question, I had to get out of a lack mindset because I was always chasing my paycheck. Like my money was just running out before every paycheck. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? And I'm worrying and I'm worrying and I'm worrying. And it's growing and it's growing and it's growing. And I think I was probably at a conference similar to this, where I heard someone talk about money and I was like, oh, what if I changed my mindset about money? And then that's when things really, really changed. So all of that to say is that for myself, I had to stop thinking of money as something I had to chase. I had to stop having a lack type of mindset and have a more abundance type of mindset. And it's amazing how things just end up working out. Between the two of us, Mel is the finance person. And she's like, Jen, we got to do this, Jen. And I'm like, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. It's going to, no, but you don't understand. Don't worry about it. And it works out.
It stresses me out. She's not lying though. It is 100%. It's me on the phone going, no, no. So I think I'm going to speak to the women in the room who are not entrepreneurs yet. I was somebody who was in an executive career. And so the idea of transitioning from an executive career into an entrepreneur and all of a sudden going from having a salary and a good salary to having no guarantee was exceptionally hard. And we've talked to many women, and I'm sure you have too, Soraya, have talked to many women who don't want to be in their corporate career anymore. And the idea of stepping away from that salary is even scarier. And then for myself, I was also single. I wasn't married. And so it was like, it's all on me. Like, I don't have the safety net of a partner. And so for me, the way I did it, which is not necessarily what I'd recommend, is I essentially just worked my way backwards through positions. So I went from being the chief operating officer of an insurance brokerage to a position that was 40 hours a week to a position that was 20 hours a week, and essentially worked my way backwards, so that as my need into the business grew, which meant our income grew, I didn't need as much salary. So I think it's about recognizing and then also realizing the reality is typically we spend to the income that we have. And so you start to adjust. And so I think it's recognizing that if it's that money is ultimately a made up system that that holds us back. And so if we can start to recognize, okay, how do we do this differently? It doesn't need to look like work Monday to Friday from this time to this time and get a paycheck for this. Like there is another way. Sorry, I took the mic.
That's okay. I think the other thing to your point about money, it obviously it provides security, but being in a job where it's just the money, there's an intrinsic value in joy and being happy that we often don't factor into decisions when thinking about our career. And so there's lots of times you fall into the trap of the golden handcuffs where I have to have this job because I have to earn this certain amount of income, but yet it makes you miserable. So I think really recognizing as well the intrinsic value that taking a risk to start a business or transition your career, that there needs to be some value assigned to just being happy in addition to the security that your income provides. Next question. Many women don't just lead organizations. We lead many things, including families, communities, and cultural expectations. How do you make space for ambition while carrying responsibility for others?
I feel like I should go last. I don't have any responsibility other than me and my dog now. My kids are grown. But it's way easier now. So I'll be the sassy person in the room because I'm sure Soraya and Jen will have more well thought out answers that will be less sassy than me. So here's the deal. Men in the room, it was wonderful that Isabel asked you to help us stop femicide. I'm really grateful for that. However, the other thing that we can do, men in the room, is we need to start to share caregiver duties at a true percentage difference. So right now, what we're seeing that's happening in corporate North America especially is women are exiting corporate faster than they've ever exited before, or they're not wanting to move up less than ever before. The reason for that is they're tired, they're exhausted, and it's because we are caretaking, we are caring for parents, we are caring for kids, we are still doing the majority of housework, we're doing all of these things. And we are not going to create change at the pace that we should be able to create change. I've had many men, I have these conversations all the time, going out and doing sponsorships and doing work for AWL, where men look at me and go, well, women could have it if they want it. And I literally had a man say to me once, you don't need to have babies. And I was like, cool, let's see how long that works. So one, these are conversations I'm still having. But two, like we have to create change in that space, because I've worked in male-dominated industries and watched men be able to put the hours in, be able to do the things because they've got amazing supportive spouses at home, which is incredible. We need to start to see either a balance or that flip where it's amazing supportive husbands at home. And I think I'm not saying men don't want it. I think there's lots of men who would love to do it. We just actually have to create space for it to happen and all be conscious of it.
I think we have to be mindful of how we're socialized and how we socialize our children. I know I grew up in a traditional Jamaican household. And so there's certain things that young Black women are supposed to do for their husbands. And I watch my mom. My mom is 77 years old right now. And she's amazing. If you saw her, you'd think she was 50. She's just awesome. But she still gets up in the morning, will cook, will clean, and all the time complaining, oh, I want to go out, I want to do things, I want to, and it's like, well, mom, do them. Oh no, I have to cook for your dad. I have to do this, I have to do that, right? And the thing is, when we watch that, we tend to adopt it because we will go to what we know, right? How we grew up, we tend to repeat it because it's the easiest thing for our brain to do because it recognizes it. So we have to be mindful of how the choices that we're making and how we socialize, how we're socialized and how we're socializing our children, because they're going to repeat it. So if we want things to change, we've got to, like Mel said, it's got to start at home. It really, really does. Why is it that mom has to make all the lunches? Why is it that mom has to do all of these things? And I'm not saying, men, that you're not, right? But usually, traditionally, it is those types of things fall on the women, or they have to plan it out. It's like, well, why, right? So we've got to be mindful of what the choices we're making, because our children are watching, and then it continues, and then it stalls the progress that we're trying to make.
I'll add a little bit to that, take a little different angle in that, yes, from culturally, women in general are taught to be the givers, the martyrs, and then we play on that. So, I mean, we have some responsibility to take on this too, because we're like, oh, I had to do this all day and I had to do that. Oh my God, I'm so tired because no, well, okay, so let's just start to communicate a little bit better as women, because we weren't taught that it was okay to say how we really feel. So no more passive aggressive comments. Let's just say, listen, I had to do it. I had to get to a point where I had to make it very clear to my family, I love you all. I love my grandkids. But I'm in a position right now where I have to make a choice. And I love what I do for Cedar Valley. So I am not going to be available at your beck and call. I had to be very clear that this is something, I did my job. I raised my kids. You have your kids, you raise your kids. I'm not here to be, seriously, like, I love them, but I did my duty. So it's time for me now. I have 5 kids. So I want to have a little bit of my own life now. Plus, okay, those of you in the room, menopause did help with this. Once menopause came, that's it. Game over. I am not going to take anything anymore. I'm going to say exactly what I feel. Yeah. I am no more shy, and oh, it's okay. I'm no more trying to please anybody. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, right? So you just, and it helped. Honestly, clarity is kindness again. I'll say it 25 times. My mentor will love me for this. But it's really important to know what's going on internally so you can vocalize it in a nice way and just say, this is my choice. This is what I want. It's my turn now. So let's get stronger as females, as women, to be able to communicate that to the people around us.
Yeah.
What is that?
I heard something.
Yes, amen.
Sure.
I think one of the most profound comments for me today was courage looks like setting boundaries. I think that was Andrea Topham that said that. I was like, wow, like that is, yeah, I need to start, so I need to start doing that. So what's the difference between helping individual women succeed and actually changing the systems that determine who gets funded, promoted, or heard?
I feel like we should call Katie up for this one. I think we've heard lots of conversation today about the system. And I'm not gonna, so for those of you who don't necessarily see all our stuff on socials, which is totally fair, when we secured Isabel as a keynote speaker for today, she was our first speaker secured for the year. Like, we literally will leave here today and pretty much have a speaker for next year secured in about 2 weeks. So we secured Isabel first. And once we secured Isabel, it kind of shifted our tone for who we wanted to put on stage. And we said we wanted to put people on stage who were legitimately glass ceiling breakers, who were dominating in industries that had previously not seen women dominating in them. And what I thought would come out of the conversations today is exactly it. And I think we started to hear the pieces about how do we actually change the system. And we change the system by having women at the table, to have the conversations, to I have a friend in the room who's going to know I'm talking about her when I say this, to be able to say things like, the 30 minutes to have me drive into the office is taking 30 minutes out of my schedule for the day when I can actually accomplish more just from working from home, and what that allows for us from a flexibility standpoint to be able to do it. I don't think the number of women who are leaving corporate want to leave corporate. They're leaving because of the inflexibility in it, and it's because we're not putting women at the table. When the people at the table are men who have spouses at home who are helping them to live their lives and manage their days, nothing wrong with that at all. But if that's who's at the table making decisions, they don't understand. We need to have, I don't think it's on purpose. I think it's invisible things that we don't realize happen simply because we don't have enough women at the table. We don't have enough women of color at the table. We need to have diversity sitting at the table. It's the only way we create systemic change. I can't add to that. That was beautiful.
I agree. I don't think I can add to that. That's good.
So I'm being mindful of the time. This will be the last question for the panel. For the women in this room who are standing on the edge of a bold decision, launching, leaving, asking, or leading, what is one question they should ask themselves right now before taking the next step?
I'll go. Who's in my circle? Build your network, like your support network, because there's going to be days where it's like, I don't want to do this anymore. And you need your people to be like, you can do this, you got this, and to walk you through and talk you through. So build your support network.
Awesome. And like was said before, surround yourself with champions. I think Isabel said that. Surround yourself with champions and not the people that are going to pull you down and drain your energy. It's so important to have that positive vibes going on around you, because you will be so much more successful. You'll just feel like unstoppable. So really, really be careful what they say. You know, tell me who your 5 friends are and I can tell you who you are. So it's so important to surround yourself with those people, and don't believe everything you see on social media.
Yeah. That's a good one. I think those were both great answers, and to kind of build on it, I think one of the things that I say to people all the time is just start. And I think you need to surround yourself with people who will encourage you to just start. We live in a world where people think we need perfection, and I can't, like, I do a lot of video content, and people will always come up to me and go, how do you do it? I'm like, I put a camera on and I record it, and whatever happens, happens. Like, that's what I do, because just do it. Like, nobody is watching you as closely as you think people are watching you. And so you need to surround yourself with the people who will say, just start, just make the jump. It's all going to be okay. Because it's like, really, how bad could it be? Like, we'll figure it out.
Thank you very much to these experts on our panel today.
Thank you to everybody for being as open as you were about your lives and how you become a success. Now you take those things that we've been hearing today and you deal with them in everyday lives. We have heard a lot of stories of courage. We've heard incredible words about courage. We've talked about money. We have talked about leadership. We have talked about all kinds of different things today. Equity, possibility. Before we close this incredible day, we want to bring everything we've experienced and kind of bring it back to what actually drives change. Emotional intelligence is a phrase we've heard. And it isn't just a leadership skill. It's how we turn insight into action and inspiration into real impact. So to help us reflect on what today has stirred, what today has awakened in this room and how we carry it forward, please welcome back our emotional intelligence guide for the day, Angela Payne.
Ladies and gentlemen, I made it all day in these heels. That is an accomplishment in and of itself, I tell you. In a world of working in our offices, in our home offices now, where you're like business on the top and party on the bottom, or yoga on the bottom, this is a great space for all of us to spend our time. So, I wanted to talk a little bit about finishing up what we were imagining this morning, what we were considering, what I had asked you to like think about in terms of some of the skills that you're using. And there we go. One of the areas that we talked about was this idea of this challenge and what were we going to actually spend our time on and our thinking of our skills on. And they were things like our self-awareness. So how we were walking into a room and feeling. So how we were using our language to understand if we were feeling happy or perhaps joyful or perhaps disappointed about something. And this language of being able to use and be able to put a label on that helps you think about your self-awareness. So how you were able to, understand yourself today in the moments that you were in, whether you're at the lunch line or you were at the table, how were you showing up in that way? The second one was around your expression. So it was around the ability for you to communicate then those emotions. So how were you able to see someone, value them, recognize them? We saw that video on validation, and I had several people around the room ask me where they can get it. If you want to email me, I'm happy to send you the link on Vimeo, and it's a great one. So this idea of like, how were you seeing the person in front of you? I came to today when Mike asked us about the word that we were thinking about and to say the word we were thinking about. And for me, almost always my word is open because I'm really trying to experience and understand people in a way that is meaningful to them. And I had 4 or 5 conversations that I don't think I would have had if I not thought about open. I spoke to a woman at the lunch table. I spoke to someone who stopped me about my shoes. I spoke to someone at the jewelry line. And I think those connections that we make our life so much more rewarding and so much more interesting. And so the last piece about that was then how you were looking at your relationships, how you were building that connection, and how you were thinking about what you wanted to give in order to gain. And that could mean a variety of things for you, whatever that meant for you. So my question was, how did you create meaningful connection today? How does that connection actually make you feel? And if I could take a couple of brave souls who want to put up their hand and tell me, how did you create meaningful connection today? I'd love, 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 love for the group to hear a story or two. And you told me a story about yourself that we were able to share. Thank you. Yes, great. How, and in that photography, I'm gonna look that up because you do birth photography and end of life photography. And that's about 28 seconds of what you were talking about the seconds that you actually have, and made me pause for a moment. So thank you for that. What else? Thank you. At the back. Awesome. And I'm sure she accepted that gladly, and I'm sure you've made a great connection with that. So that ask of like, how can I help you? Sometimes just that question, when in a day when that is not a normal thing that maybe people ask, that can create a great starting point, and who knows what might come from that that conversation. Thank you for that. And I'm sure Brandy will take you up on that offer as well. Awesome. One more in the room? Yes, thank you. Totally. I think that, you know, in part, this conversation of getting out of the office, yes, a round of applause for that. I'm in for that. Yes. This whole idea of and actually of what Jen and Melissa were talking about, even that StratX, I love this idea because the reality is, while we get opportunities to spend in rooms, and as our life has changed and things have gotten so much faster, and you know, we lose opportunities to make connections. And the bottom line is, connections create so much joy, engagement, fulfillment in our lives. And so how do we create more connection? How do we find spaces that can create connections? Today was a wonderful opportunity for that. So thank you. Thank you for sharing. How does that connection, somebody else, how did that connection, if you make a connection today, how did that connection make you feel? Happy? Okay, what else? Hopeful. Someone said hopeful? Would you mind saying more? Yeah, yeah. Hopeful, because thinking about where your money is, where you're going, a new idea, new possibility. I love that. Yeah. Inspired. Oh my gosh, me too. Me too. And I spend a lot of my time in rooms filled with exceptional women. And today I was like, filled my cup for sure. Yeah. That's a round of applause to everybody for that filling of the cup. That was great. I wrote down a few notes because, you know, when the group asked me to come back up and think about the skills that we use in emotional intelligence, I don't know if you picked up on this, but almost every person, without even using the words emotional intelligence, because that was actually used, the word itself was used, but there were signals and signs of those skills and competencies that all of the folks talked about while they were on stage. Every one of the folks that talked, you know, there were things like, you know, our greatest measure of courage is always underpinned by vulnerability, right? Whether it's starting a business, whether it's, you know, leaving a partner, whether it's getting out of a difficult situation, whether it's going for that job interview, like these acts of courage that we saw, these are skills that you can develop. And these are areas of your life that when you foster resilience and you foster flexibility and your optimism and how you see the world, these skills of emotional intelligence can help fuel that potential in you. I heard things like, you know, ambition and empathy are not at odds. Oh, I love that one, because we teach empathy as a skill in emotional intelligence. And the reality is that empathy, when I have talked lots of leaders who say, oh yes, but Ange, if I, you know, display empathy, that's going to mean that I like am being super nice or that I agree with the person. And that is not true. These two things can be together. They can live in the same space. Absolutely. Business results and empathy, these places, these two things can live in the same place. And so ambition and empathy, this is about how we see people and how we recognize them. This is not at odds with ambition, your assertiveness, these other skills of your EQ. So I love that one too. The other one I heard that one of the folks on the stage talked about was that decision making and how you deal with your money and how you deal with your finances, that has emotion attached to it. And I think what's interesting when we think about emotional intelligence, this is about your behavior. So this is what's beautiful also about emotional intelligence, because it's not a fixed thing, right? This, if you spend time working in these skills, like your decision making, like your problem solving, like your ability to use your assertiveness, these things will get will grow, they will become easier for you to mobilize, and in your leadership, they become the things that make you memorable. They're the things that make you remembered as a leader and valued as a leader. When you think about your most cherished leader, the person that you worked for, that you would go to the wall for, when we ask people to give characteristics of these leaders, this was never the person who said, oh my God, they were like so good at Excel. They were like professional, like editor, writers. Like nobody says that. They say the things that everybody talked about here on stage. They say things like, they never gave up. They recognized me. They understood my value. They say things that basically help them feel like they were seen. And that's what we did here today, to see all of you and each of you to have an opportunity to see each other. And I think that is like one of the greatest measures of what we can do as we spend our time today and wrap up our day. So I will leave you with this idea of abundance and emotional intelligence. When we think about this skill, is never about how your leadership and your emotional intelligence, or how your business goals, or how your bottom line, or how your whatever the thing that you're chasing in your corporate business or in your entrepreneurial business is tied. They do not have to live independently of each other. So if you think about the skills that you use on a daily basis, you think about how those behaviors impact what you're doing on a daily basis, that is your emotional intelligence. And everybody, when they focus in one particular area and they want to work on that, they can use those 15 skills that you saw on the wheel, which you can, then improve. So I would say, when you can harness that, and I will leave you with this other thing. I heard some people say about, when as you get older, your emotional intelligence, and I was having this conversation with a woman in the line. It was like, it is a proven fact that as you get older, that your emotional intelligence grows. So I was like, well, the reality is, as I get older, there's something to look forward to, because, while we were talking about menopause, and we were talking about all these other things, your emotional intelligence, and I probably think it's because you do get to be a little bit more like whatever, like it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm not, it's not the end of the world. Whatever happens, we'll get it figured out. And so you tend to come with a little bit more of your own understanding who you are. And when you can understand that a little bit better about yourself, these skills then tend to develop on their own, because then you use those skills to be able to communicate those to other people. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you had a wonderful opportunity to meet. If you exchanged, please follow up. The thing about when you network, the thing about when you spend time and you make connection, is don't leave that connection unnurtured. Take it to the next step. Figure out what you can give in order for you to be able to create a deeper connection, because you never know where that may lead you after today. So thank you very much, and I hope you had a great day.
Okay. Quick question. Have you ever looked at your leaders, and think about who that is right now? Boss, boss's boss, boss's boss's boss. Have you ever looked at your leaders and thought, you even know what I do every day? Like, do you actually have any idea what I do every day? By the reaction, I think that's been a thing. It probably continues to be a thing, and it probably will continue to be a thing. Or have you thought to yourself, I'm getting different priorities, and I have no clue what to do first? If you have a laptop at work, have you ever opened your laptop and seen things? Maybe there are a bunch of, folders open, and you just kind of go bing, 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 and then you just close the laptop. It's that day. You have no idea where to even start. Have you felt exhausted by another change that you didn't really see any need for? You've probably checked a lot of these boxes, maybe all of these boxes. Please welcome our hosts today, Mel and Jen, to the stage to talk to us about clarity and willingness and how we can actually better set up our teams to win.
We are messing with the AV team. We did not tell them we were going to use handhelds. Thank you. We joke about this a lot where if you've been to stuff with Jen and I, you've heard us over the years where I always say that Jen is the heart of the organization and I'm the one who says no and can I have money? It's really great. It works well for us. But it really truly has been what has built AWL and All Women Lead is the fact that we are actually completely different people in so many ways. And what that's led to is it's led to this really cool reality that and if you sit in meetings with us, you would experience like what true healthy debate and conversation and all of those things looks and sounds like, because we don't agree on a lot of things. You'd think, oh, they're business partners, they must have so much in common, but we do. But we do also debate a lot. And a huge chunk of that is because I spent my career in corporate, and that comes with, we have a lot of corporate in the room, that comes with what comes with corporate. It comes with rules and HR and things that we have to do and policies we have to follow and systems and processes and all of those things. And Jen spent her career helping people be good humans, which is not always what we do in corporate. What we've done over the last 7 years though is really merged those two worlds together and started to challenge around the idea of what would happen if we could actually lead from this perspective of take care of humans, do it the right way, and look at systems and processes and how we lead a little bit differently. And so where sort of this has come is we've spent 7 years ultimately now researching and building and merging our worlds into one. And so for those who haven't heard me speak about the energy systems, it's something that when I first started Happy Leader Enterprises in 2016, it was something that I spent a ton of time researching because I'd come from the fitness and wellness world. And so I knew that there was something in that. And when you leave the fitness world, what you realize is how much we actually, without realizing it, used energy systems. And so it was very normal in the fitness industry, if somebody had a bad day, to say, go for a run. It was very normal to say, why don't you just go for a workout and then come back and you'll be good to go. Like those were things that we just said, not because we necessarily realized what we were doing, but because we worked out and we knew workout equaled feel better. And so, because we're weird in the fitness industry, we're the weirdos who like fitness. So so that was something that was normal. Well, you start to research and study that. And what you learn is that we all have 4 energy systems. And those 4 energy systems are physical energy, spiritual energy, mental energy, and emotional energy. So physical energy is pretty straightforward. Our energy ebbs and flows in 90-minute cycles. Okay, so if we can create a work environment where people can ebb and flow in 90-minute cycles, they're more likely to keep that energy high. Okay, it also includes rest, it includes workouts, it includes the basics, eat, move, sleep, all of those things. That's our physical energy. From there, we have spiritual energy, which is a connection to your why. That's a connection to understanding that what I do actually has value. Angela's video from earlier where people were, why am I totally having a menopause moment? What was the word? Validated, where people are validated, right? That's our spiritual side of things. It's that validation that what I'm doing matters. Okay. But then there's the 2 other ones. And these 2 other ones are the ones that we simply need to do better at in the work world. And so mental energy is the ability to prioritize and focus on what I do best. So it's the ability to actually have autonomy to set my own schedule, to plan how I spend my time, and to create structure that actually works for me. Okay? And it's the ability to focus. Mike asked some questions. We laughed at the questions, but it's because the reality. We kind of expected that this would be the response we would get because we hear it, right? We hear all the time. People don't understand what I do. I don't know where I'm supposed to spend my time because I have one boss telling me to do this and somebody else telling me to do this. It's actually exhausting. Literally, it drains your energy system. Okay, when you don't have the ability to focus. I tell people all the time, turn off your notifications because notifications are a nightmare. And then the final one is the emotional energy system. This is trust. This is safety. This is, do I actually feel safe to show up at work as myself? And do I trust that the people around me are going to let me do my best? And so when I ask about clarity, which is my world and our world, when I talk to companies about clarity, and what I want to have you just start to reflect on is we need systems and process, especially in growing and scaling organizations, and especially in large organizations. I am 100% a process girl. Trust me, if you've worked with me, you know. Okay, I'm a process girl. I like things to be ordered. Okay, but I need you to start to ask yourself, do the systems and processes work for the organization or do they work for the person? Because there is a person that has to follow the systems and process. How many people in this room at some point in time have submitted a report because it's a required report and you are positive nobody has looked at the report in about 5 years? Okay, that's a lot of hands. Okay, and there's some were really high. That was good. Some people were like, yes. Okay. This is what we have to start to ask ourselves. Are we doing things only because it's the way we've always done them, or because they actually work for people behind them? And if we learned anything in 2020, and we learned a lot of things, but if we learned anything from the workplace side of things, it's that we don't need things to be as micromanaged in the same way, and stuff still gets done. We're all still here 5 years later, 6 years later, oh gosh. So I want to start to challenge the way that we look at systems and processes and actually look at them through an energy lens, and starting to look at them and say, do they let people prioritize? Do they let people focus on what they do best? And do people actually feel safe within those systems?
And so I look at those energy systems and I look at that as how it comprises you as an individual. And too often we focus on one area more than another, and then it drains us. And so we've got to be intentional about looking at each of those areas, right? And taking care of them intentionally. Now, when people are in their work and when people stall, right, that can often be called or thought of as resistance, right? Yes? Am I the only one who realized that? Yes? Okay. But willingness isn't about wanting to or not wanting to, right? So I really look at the willingness part of an organization and of individuals. And again, it's not the whether people want to or not to want to. Most times people do want to, but it's whether the conditions exist for them to be able to move. So I'm going to walk through 8, and trust me, it's quick. I know 8 sounds like a big number, but it's going to be quick. And as I walk through these willingness gaps, I just want you to notice or recognize yourself or your team or your organization, all right? And take note, all right? So trust deficits, okay? So that's where people hesitate, stop taking initiative, or wait for approval because they're not sure leadership will follow through, right? There's fear, overthinking, silence, and risk avoidance. And that shows up when people don't feel safe to get it wrong. So we're talking about the lack of psychological safety there, right? The identity threat. Your strongest people push back when change makes them question where they fit or whether they still matter. Right? Change fatigue. Too much, too fast for too long, right? And so people don't resist, they withdraw. Misalignment, clear expectations, low commitment. People do the work but don't believe in the direction. Emotional baggage. Reactions feel bigger than the moment because the past was never acknowledged. Learned helplessness. We've tried this before, so the belief is gone. So effort never really or fully will show up. And then there's powerlessness, right? When change is done to people instead of with them, compliance replaces ownership. Now, just an act of courage and bravery, raise your hand if one of those things you recognize in yourself, your team, or your organization, right? That's a lot of hands, right? And it's a gap. And it's not that people aren't willing to want to do really good work. It's just that the conditions, again, are not there, right? So these aren't attitude problems. They're just human signals. And so once we can see them, then we can finally address them and actually get to the root of what's going on.
Those of you who have worked with me know I say all the time, nobody gets up in the morning looking to fail. They don't get up and say, I'm going to suck today. It's just not what people do. It's weird. So as we wrap up our day, you've had these cookies sitting on your desk all day. Inside the cookies, number one, they are edible. You can eat them, and they're quite yummy. A little sugar cookie to get you through the drive home. But inside there's a QR code, and that QR code takes you to our willingness clarity assessment. And you can help us in two ways. Either one, if it is something you're just totally interested in, you can complete it because it just helps to add to our research. So we are very grateful. And you can complete it just for yourself. It helps us with our research. Number two, though, if it is something that has resonated with you and you think you might want to bring something like this to your organization, then that's something that we can connect and engage on at some point in time. Okay. How we doing? Oh, look at us, right on schedule. Look at us, right on schedule. An applause for on schedule. Yes.
All right. So I'm messing with the AV. Can we get the lectern? Thank you. So before we head out for the day, we still have some door prizes, some thank yous, and of course, your last chance to network. So door prizes, please. There were a couple of people who did not go get their door prizes from this morning. Please go get your door prizes. I think Maria Fialos, you were one of the winners. You were supposed to go out there. Shoot. Don't worry, we'll get that name. Don't worry. Okay. So for this afternoon, the door prize winners are Sephora Makeup Lesson in Application, Rebecca Bahar. Maria was supposed to be this morning, but we said the wrong name. So Maria and Rebecca, you both have won Sephora Makeup Lesson and Application. A complimentary financial analysis from SciFest Smarting Investing. Then that's one of our vendors back there. See Carolyn, the winner is Emily Griffiths. Patricia Berenson and Associates have put together a Women Who Lead gift basket, and the winner is Diana House. Anita Watkins has offered a $1,000 gift certificate towards a photo session, and the winner is one of our volunteers, Nikisha Evans. And can we get drum roll, the Nash Jewelers Prize? Drum roll, drum roll. The winner is Jess Butler. And for our virtual, we have virtual door prize as well. And I don't see the name on this thing.
Okay, Shirley knows.
Shirley knows. Okay, so for our virtual winners, congratulations. You've won a Good Life 12-month membership.
So, thank you. Yes, lots of applause for the prizes. Oh, the 12-month membership is Katie Knox from WSIB. So congratulations, Katie. She's online. So if you are looking to keep your International Women's Day going, because like somebody said, it is pretty much a week at this point, you can join Jen and I on Saturday, where we are both speaking at the Next Gen Women Entrepreneurs Summit, being hosted by Huron Ivy and Western. And the keynote speaker, yes, there's our crew. Our keynote speaker is Janet Bannister, the founder and managing partner of Staircase Ventures. So that was Huron who was cheering, I think, over there. Yay! So today, everybody has been absolutely amazing, and we could not do it without you. We have so many people to thank, though, outside of this amazing audience. So we are going to pull up some slides to say thank you to them. So if we could start with a special thank you to all of our door prize donors, because you make events like this way more fun. A special thank you to our vendors who are still open, so we get to shop with them after. Look at all those amazing vendors. A huge thank you to our sponsors. And this is a great big slide as well, but especially Learners LLP, who has been our title sponsor for many years, and we are so, so grateful for them. So thank you, everybody. Our volunteers, a special shout out to Catherine Thomas and Carrie King and Nikisha Evans for their leadership, but all of our amazing volunteers. We need our next special thank you to come back up on stage, because we need to give a huge thank you to our MC, Mr. Mike Stubbs. Okay. We're going to make this awkward. Everybody, did Mike do a good job representing men on stage today as our ally? Thank you, Mike. Our DJ extraordinaire this year and next year's MC. So you get a sneak peek. She is our amazing DJ and has been. She's the official DJ of All Women Lead for many years now. And next year's MC. So we're very excited to have Zara back again with us next year.
I'll see you very soon.
We need to give a huge thank you to our speakers, Isabel, Marcy, Brandy, Angela, and Danielle. Am I supposed to be reading all of these? I feel like I'm talking a lot. Our virtual coordinator, who's been online, working on the back end all day, Shirley Brooks. Our behind the scenes team that we could not do this without. Tammy Belair, who is our photographer extraordinaire. Redding, who does our video work with their team. Encore for AV. And a huge special thank you, as always, to RBC Place for the amazing meal and venue. Yes. And if you have not had a chance yet, please don't forget, we have 2 photo booths set up outside. They were in a bit of an awkward space, so I know some people might not have noticed them, but please go and take your picture in the amazing photo box, where you get to be Woman of the Year.
It's on the outside of this wall, that wall.
Literally
literally on
go through that wall. And then finally, and most importantly, you guys, thank you for being here and being incredible. We have a very exciting announcement for next year. Oh, before I say that, for those of you, I know people said there was an issue with my QR code for my book. So fun fact, everybody, what we learned today is that Kindle Canada is out of Kindles. Yeah, see, weird. So if you don't already own a Kindle, apparently you can't use it because you can't get a Kindle. So I'm going to figure it out. I will email everybody, but thank you for trying. Or go to the US site and order it that way. But the most exciting thing, do you want to know what happens next year? International Women's Day, like the actual day, is on a Monday. So you know what that means? We get to actually host our event on International Women's Day next year. So mark your calendars in advance, because March 8th, 2027, we will be back here, and our theme is Be the Change.
Yes. All right. So please go network and shop and take more pictures. Don't forget the hashtag. And I want to say thank you to my husband. I'm now a wifey law. Last year I was a fiance, now I'm a wifey. I just want to say thank you to Ed because he's gone through the last couple of weeks with much, much patience. I love you. I love you, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks, everybody.